Hi everyone, good morning. So let's get started with typescripting sessions. As part of the today's session, we will see a brief overview on this particular TypeScript, how exactly it's gonna work, and what are all its features. So let's get started. So in general, this TypeScript is an open source programming language. And of course, it's an object-oriented programming language. As you all know that open source means that anyone can simply download it and they can work on their projects using this particular typescripting. And the another most important thing that we need to consider here is this typescripting is built on top of the JavaScripting. And of course, it is developed by Microsoft. As it is built on top of that particular JavaScript, right? It is a superset of a JavaScript. What are all the features does the JavaScript has? Of course, it has all those features and additional features like type annotations and interfaces, enums, and generics. All these features are there as part of a TypeScript. And another key thing that we need to consider here is if I have a valid JavaScript code, I can still use it as part of a typescripting code. So which is a valid JavaScript code is also a valid typescripting code itself. Perfectly all right. Then what are all the various features we have for this particular TypeScript? So this supports a cross-platform and it's an object-oriented programming language. And whenever you write down the code, ideally at the compile time itself, your typescripting is giving an error messages, which helps us in saving our time until and unless you execute the scripts, ideally certain, right, in a JavaScript basically, until and unless you execute it, you don't get that particular issues. Whereas here in a TypeScript, if at all you have written some syntax and if it is wrong, it's ideally showing you that particular issues, which helps us in resolving the issues at the earliest. And another most important thing is this TypeScript is an advanced version of our JavaScript. Perfect. Then the next point that I want to explain here is how this TypeScript is gonna work. Ideally, guys, once after you created any file with a dot extension of a TS, right? It's gonna be a TypeScript file. You can execute it in a two ways. One is an online TypeScript editor. Okay, free online compilation basically, for which you don't need to do any installation, simply opening up that URL and you can execute your code. But the second approach out over here is configuring your laptop, executing the code in your machine. But the key thing that we need to consider here is whenever you want to execute the code in your machine, the first and foremost thing that you need to do is you need to compile that a TypeScripting code into our regular JavaScript code using a TypeScript compiler, and later we can run that a JavaScript code. That's fine. Once we are done with the configuration part, we'll show you how exactly we can run it on an online editor, and how exactly you can compile it, and how exactly you can execute it. That we will see as part of our next session, guys. Okay, perfectly all right. That's all I have for this session. See you again in the next session. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So, guys, as part of the today's session, let us see the TypeScript configuration in our machine. So, how exactly we can configure this TypeScript? Let us see in detail about that particular stuff. So, the thing here is, irrespective of your operating system, whether it is a Windows machine or whether it is a Mac machine, basically, you just need to download these things into your machine. The first thing is Visual Studio Code. So why exactly we need this Visual Studio Code means using this particular editor itself, we are going to write down our source code. See, if you look at this particular screen right now, I'm using a PowerPoint presentation where I'm writing down that information. The similar way, in order to write down the TypeScript code, there should be an editor for us to write it. So among all those editors, the quite commonly used editor is a Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code has a lot of plugins and other details, right? Which helps us in writing down our code in a much more easier way. So that's the reason we need a Visual Studio Code. How exactly you can download that Visual Studio Code? So here is a link. I have provided you the link for this Visual Studio Code. You can just copy this particular link. Okay. And open it in a new tab. See here, depending on your operating system, if it is a Windows, if it is a Mac, download this particular file. And once it got downloaded, double tap on that particular file, follow the standard installations, whatever the regular installations, right? When you downloaded any particular software, consider that you have a downloaded a VLC media player. You will download the exe, double tap on the exe. Have you ever followed that installation steps? The same way you need to follow it with the Visual Studio. And the next thing here that we need to download is a Node.js. See guys, this Node.js is a mandatory thing that we need. Even the TypeScript and the Playwright, we are going to download using the Node components itself. That's the reason we need to download this particular Node.js. Go to the Node.js official website and here choose the operating system and download it. So mine is an operating system as a Mac. Basically, I can download the Mac specific file and automatically this page content will be updated as part of your operating system. Download that particular file, double tap on it and complete the installation. And once this installation is successful, in order to check, okay, in order to check whether this installation is successful from a Node.js or not, the thing that I'm doing is I just opened my command prompt and here I'm using node hyphen hyphen version. I just used this node hyphen hyphen version. I was able to see that information. The similar way, npm hyphen hyphen version, and I can see this particular version information is being populated. With that, I can confirm that my Node.js got successfully installed in this particular machine. Perfectly all right. Come back. If you look at the steps, the first step is a editor that we need. That we have a downloaded it. And the second step is a Node.js, which is a prerequisite. Basically, using the Node components itself, we are gonna download the rest of the things. That's the reason it's mandatory to have a Node.js. And then in order to install the TypeScript, you are gonna use a Node package. Install hyphen G. G itself means we are asking it to install globally. Okay, install it globally. So here, and I'm defining it as a TypeScript. Copy this particular command and go back to the terminal. Okay, so on this particular terminal, okay, put this command. So what are we doing right now? npm install hyphen g, which is a globally TypeScript. Install it. I'm just installing it, and it's saying that the package got added successfully. Okay, the package got added successfully. And once this package got added successfully, you can verify whether this particular TypeScript got added successfully or not using this particular TypeScript compiler. TSC hyphen hyphen version, basically that it is showing up this particular version. Okay, or I can say TSC hyphen hyphen V. That also gives you the version of the TypeScript compiler. So this is the way, guys. So the installation steps and the files are one and the same for both the Windows and as well as a Mac. Okay, so there is a no much a difference. The files that you need to download in a Windows and a Mac are these are the things. The only difference that you identify is in a Windows you will be downloading an exe files. In a Mac you will be downloading a DMG files or the package files from where you will continue the installation. You will finish that installation. Perfectly all right. So far, as part of the today's session, we have seen this configuration. In the next session, we will see how exactly we can write down this particular code. Okay, so how exactly we can write down a basic TypeScript program and check how exactly we can execute it. So guys, if you remember, there were two options options basically to write down to execute the code. So one among that particular option is upon configuring your machine, you just need to write down a TypeScript code that you need to convert it into a JavaScript, and then that JavaScript code you need to execute. And the second one is an online compiler option. So as part of the next session, we will open the Visual Studio Code, we will create a sample program, and we will try to write that particular content, guys. Okay, perfectly all right. See you again in the next session. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of the previous session, we have seen what exactly that needs to be downloaded and other details, right? So, here, what I'm gonna do right now is additionally, I'm gonna create a one configuration file to my code base. See, as of now, guys, what we are doing is we're creating a simple folder, right? For that particular folder, I'm just adding certain configurations. With this particular configurations, what it will helps is it helps us in running our test scripts in the upcoming sessions. So what I'm doing right now here is, so here as part of this particular slide, create tsconfig.json file in the project root folder. So here let me maximize my screen. So this is what my project root folder is. As part of this particular root folder, I'm just defining one file which is a tsconfig.json. See here tsconfig.json, and directly copy paste this content from here into this particular file, guys. Okay, anyways, we will be studying more about this particular file in the upcoming sessions, but the ultimate objective of this particular one is, if you see, we have created a simple folder, right? To that particular folder we are adding this particular configuration so that it helps us in executing our test scripts in the upcoming sessions. Okay, that's fine. Moving further, we will see how exactly we will be dealing with the execution parts and creating of data types and other chunks. Okay, thank you. Bye. Hey, hey everyone, welcome back. So, guys, as part of the today's session, I'm going to talk about the most important and interesting concept, which is a GitHub Copilot. So, guys, I'm trying to add this extension to my Visual Studio. So, I just went to these extensions, I searched for this GitHub Copilot, and then I just installed it. And upon installing it, it will ask you to sign into the account as and when you perform a sign in operation, right? So, it is asking you to authorize that. So authorize the Visual Studio to this particular one. I was just clicking on this authorize. That's it, guys. So as and when it got authorized, the connection got established, and see here, toggle the chat. And here, if you click on it, automatically the GitHub Copilot chat option is prompting for us. So Surendra, what is the beauty with respect to this Copilot? Why you have added? So guys, in the upcoming sessions, if you observe, whenever you are trying to write some piece of a code, automatically your Copilot itself is prompting us the lot of codes that we will be seeing in the upcoming sessions. Okay, I'll show you. So all these lines of a code, right? So whenever you are trying to write something, your Copilot itself is prompting you in writing that piece of a code that we will be looking at as part of the upcoming sessions. The simple thing is, go to the extensions, choose the GitHub Copilot, sign into that, and then authorize it from your GitHub web account so that your account will be activated on this Copilot, and the chat box will be enabled for you. Once you are done with the Copilot installation, right? So there is an option that it is prompting at the bottom, which is to finish the setup of that Copilot. Okay, finish the setup of that Copilot. I'm just clicking on this finish setup and set up a Copilot. Okay, set up a Copilot, and I'm just setting it up for now. Okay, that's it, guys. As and when you set it up, so this is how it's gonna looks like. You can ask anything, you can choose an agent, you can type anything, all the details will be pre-populated here. Okay, all the details will be pre-populated here. That's it. So this is the only chunk that we need to do in setting up this Copilot. So in the upcoming sessions, we will be looking at the beauty how exactly this Copilot is helping us in writing down the code. Okay, perfect. Done the deal. See you in the next session. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, if you remember, as part of the previous session, we have downloaded the required things. So now let us try to create a basic program. So what exactly a basic program is? Ideally, whenever we are starting with any programming languages, right, we will try to see how exactly we can print a simple message like a hello world, hi, anything, a print message, how the print message is going to work. So what I'm doing here is I'm just launching my Visual Studio Code. So I don't want this particular stuff. Just close it. And here, as and when the Visual Studio Code got open, see it is asking new file, open, clone the repository, all these things. So what I'm doing here is for my better visibility and better folder structure within the documents inside the Playwright folder, I'm creating a new folder with a name as a code base. Okay, I'm just creating a new folder with a name as a code base. So here, open, I'm opening inside the documents, inside the Playwright, this folder what I have created. So what exactly that particular folder is? So as of now, within my documents, I'm capturing those videos. Along with the videos, I'm just trying to maintain my code base. So whenever you try to open this, it's asking me a confirmation. Yes, of course, I trust it. So this is the place where it got opened. Inside which I'm creating. See here, the first one is a new file. If you mouse over on it, it's gonna display that. And the second one, when you mouse over on that, new folder. So let me create TS basics. Okay, so I have just created a new folder with the TS basics. So inside the TS basics, I'm creating a new file. Okay, print info. Okay, I just created a program with a print info. Okay, that's fine. So what additionally we can do here, right? We should know. So what additionally we can do here? Okay, so in order to do this particular one, so here what I'm doing is in order to print any messages to the console, we can use console.log. Okay, console.log. Here I'm using hello students. Okay, so hello students. So basically that's what I haven't done. I haven't created anything. So console.log hello student. So that the end semicolon is an optional one. So you can add it or you don't need to add it. So console.log. Okay, perfectly all right. Now let us try to run it. So in order to run it, let us see the options. So here I'm just pulling it up this particular terminal. So how can we run it? If you remember, the execution steps, you need to compile it first, right? If you remember, you need to compile it first. And upon compiling, then you can execute it. That's fine. If you look at this particular terminal, it's in a code base folder. The test script that you have created is inside the TS bases. So CD, I'm using TypeScript basics. So I'm asking it to switch into that. And right now, so if you remember, right after you have installed the TypeScript from your terminal, we have used a, TSC hyphen hyphen version. So let me try to use the same command here. So I'm getting this a TSC hyphen version. Using the TypeScript compiler, the first approach, we will convert the TypeScript code into a JavaScript program. So the only thing that we need to do as part of this particular chunk, right? Okay, so let us try to run this particular chunk by using this particular command here. So here, TSC and the program name is print info dot, okay, ts. This is the file. So I was just using that. So whenever I have a use in this particular one, okay, print info file and not a font. Why? Print info. Okay, so the extension should be there, right? At TS. So I just created it, but I just need to add it an extension. So print info.ts. It's mandatory for us to add a TS extension. I think initially whenever I was creating, I forgot to add that particular extension. So here, upon creating a TS extension, see here the TS is showing it up. Now use the same command again. So whenever I just ran it, see here, ignore these error messages. Anyways, we will see those error messages. But if you see this, okay, but if you see this, the JS file got a created. Okay, from the TypeScripting, a JavaScript file got a created. Now here, node, okay, node print info.js. So whenever you have a used, see hello student message got a printed down. Okay, hello student message got a printed down to this particular console. Perfectly all right. This is the first approach.
Hey, hi everyone, welcome back. So, guys, as part of the previous session, we have seen how exactly we can execute the program by converting into a JS file, and then we have executed it. Now, let us see an option directly. We can run a TypeScript file. For which you need to install the TS node into your VS Code. So I was just opening it. So it's not like the VS Code itself. You can directly add it to your terminal also. That's fine. I was just executing this one. npm install -g ts node. And when it executed, so this much information that's being saying that the package has got added successfully. And we should make sure that we are inside this particular package where your TS file is there. Hence, I switch it to CD space. And then the next point here is a TS space hyphen node, and I'm using print info. Okay, and I'm just using a print info. So whenever I'm executing that, see hello student is being populated. So this is the way how exactly you can execute it using this particular TS node plugin. So, guys, we have seen two different approaches in executing this particular TS file. Right. Let me show you the another two approaches. For which, what I am doing right now is I'm trying to uninstall that TS node. Whatever we have installed, I have uninstalled it. Now, TS node hyphen version. When I check it, it's saying that TS node not found, which means the TS node is successfully uninstalled. Then, Surendra, how are you going to execute a TypeScript file directly? With a node version of a 20.6 plus and a 22.x versions, TypeScript comes by default. You no need to use any TS node. That's the latest feature. So what can I do? Basically, switch to the folder first. So switch to this particular basics node print info.ts. That's it. Automatically, that content will be executed. So the only thing is a node, that particular file name .ts, automatically your code will be executed. And the another approach is there is a plugin basically, which is a code runner plugin. Install this particular code runner plugin, okay, or an extension. And upon installing that extension, go to the manage and go to this particular settings. And here, as part of this, a code runner executor map, right? Editing in settings JSN. And here, if you look at it, this particular TypeScript, make sure that it's pointing to the node. That's it, guys. Save this particular file, close these settings. We have added this extension also, close it. And when you open your particular file, right? When you look at this particular file, okay, here you do have an option as a play button here. This is the play button next to that particular file. Okay, so directly click on that particular play button and check whether the script is executing or not. I just clicked on a play button. See here, this is Surendra Jagannatham TS file got executed. So here Surendra Jagannatham TypeScript file, save it and hit this particular play button. And if you scroll down here, see in the console, it is saying that this is Surendra Jagannatham TypeScript file got executed. So this is the way how exactly you can execute it, guys. So these are the various approaches. Among all these approaches, right? The code runner is the simple option. Right after creating the test script, you do have an option to play. With this approach, we will be executing that. Okay, perfectly all right. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Hey, hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of the previous session, we have seen a brief overview on the arithmetic operators. Now, let us see an assignment operator. Ideally, this assignment operator is used to assign a value to a particular variable. The best example that we have seen is if you look at the previous scenario that we have created. See, the operator one program, let input number is equal to 20. Of course, this input number is of a number type. Okay, this is of a number type. What it's gonna does, the input value 20 is gonna store into this particular input number variable. Okay, here we have a used equal to. Okay, here we have a used an equal to. So now if you look at this particular one, you have an equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, star equal to, division equal to, module equal to. What it's gonna does, plus equal to, addition and then assigning to the same value, subtraction and assigning to the same variable, multiplication and assigning to a same variable. So let us practically see this example so that we can better understand this particular concept. So here what I have done is I just created a program. Okay, I just created a basic program. Let input value, and this is of a number type, and I'm just adding 20 and I'm keeping 20 into that particular one. And right now what I'm gonna do right now is there's a input value plus equal to, see here, input value whenever I'm typing it is giving me a suggestion, my copilot, hence I have accepted it. Input value plus equal to 100, what it's gonna does, it's gonna store this output in a same input value itself, but it's gonna perform a input value plus 100 and it's gonna store it in an input variable itself. Now when I try to run this particular program, and if you look at this particular log, okay, so one second, let me look at this particular program once. What happened? Okay, so yeah, so um input value and the input value. So let me try to run this particular program and check it out. See here, if you look at this particular outcome, right, the 120 got a printed down. 20 plus 100, it's gonna be 120. And I'm just commenting it out, this whole logic here. And right now, let me write it down. Input value, okay, minus 10 is equal to, okay, minus equal to 10. What is the meaning of this one? Input value is equal to input value minus 10, and I'm trying to print this particular outcome. So when I run this particular program right now, if you look at this particular console, the outcome here is 20 minus 10, 10 is being stored here. Okay, the same way here, input value star equal to 5, which means input value is multiplying by 5. And whenever I'm using this a consoler dot output, and when I run it, right, so if you see here, the output, it becomes 100. Perfectly all right, good. After star equal to, then the next one here is a division equal to. Okay, the next one is a division equal to. Let me try to run this particular division equal to, and if you look at it, so the output is a 10. So the similar way, input to value module equal to, and I'm just trying to print it. So whenever I just printed that, see here, that reminder is stored into that. So this is the way how exactly we can use this assignment operator. Okay, this is the way how exactly we can use this particular assignment operator. Perfectly all right. In the next session, we'll see with the further examples. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of the today's session, we are going to see a brief overview on this comparison operator. Ideally, this comparison operator is used in order to compare two different values, and it will return a Boolean outcome which is a true or a false based on the comparison result. Okay, so the various comparison operators that we have are equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, strictly equal to, and strictly not equal to. There are some differences between this strictly equal to and strictly not equal to that we will see moving further in the today's session with an example. So what I'm going to do right now is let a of number and the value is a 10. Let a b is equal to 20. So here what I'm doing is I'm storing, okay, result value. Okay, I'm storing this result value boolean. A is greater than B or not. I'm checking it and I'm just trying to print that outcome to the console. So when I run this particular program, and if you check it out the console, the return value is a false, which means A is not greater than B. That's right. And of course, A is greater than or equal to B. Even still, if you check it out here, the console outcome is a false. And if you replace it with a less than, okay, I just want to replace it with a less than. And when you check it out, of course, my A is a less than B, which is the condition outcome is a true, or A is less than or equal to B. Of course, my A is less than B, even hence the outcome is a true itself. That's fine. Perfectly all right. Surendra, I'm good with the greater than, less than, and all those things. Then what is the difference between equal to and a strictly equal to, which is a two equals and a three equal symbol? What is the difference between these two? So in general, okay, let me add a comment. So in general, let me add a comment. When we use a two equal to, the meaning is this is a loose equality. Okay, whereas when you use a triple equal to, which is a strict equality, okay, which is a strict equality in general, depending on our situations, right? Ideally, in order to get a more accurate results with respect to the comparisons, we will be using a triple strict equal to itself when you are working on your projects. Okay, whenever we are working on a project, strict equal to is suggested. So, Surendra, what is the difference? Can you please show a simple example for that? Okay, so let us see. So, here, what I am doing right now is okay, console.log. So, this is not the one. So, 10, 10 itself is already stored in a A. A is equal to 10.0. I am asking it, okay, comparing a value. Okay, I'm just asking it for the a value comparison. Okay, so let me comment it out the old logic. So when I run it, right, so here it's showing that. Okay, so let me maximize this output so that we can better have a visibility on the execution that it's being carrying it out. So here console.log. Okay, so when it got executed, so let me rerun the code. Okay, so comparison value is a true. Okay, A is equal to true. Now, the same line I'm using with a strictly equal to. So both are same. The value is a 10 itself. So even this outcome itself is a true. So, Surendra, where exactly I can identify the difference between a strictly equal to and a normal equal to? A simple point here. So, I'm using console.log compare null and undefined. See here, basically, I'm trying to compare using this null and as well as a undefined using this normal equal to. So ideally, it considers both as a one and the same, and when I run it, it defined it as a true. But in the real world, right, when you do a strict equal to, seriously, these two are not equal. So when I run it, the outcome is a false. See here, the outcome is a false. So ideally, in the real world, when working on our projects, right, it's recommend to go with a strict equal to comparison itself. Okay, perfectly all right. See you again in the next session with the next set of operator. Thank you. Hey, Hi everyone. So let us start about the logical operator. Ideally, in order to perform the logical operations, typically in between the Boolean values, we use this a logical operator for making a decisions based on a multiple conditions. Logical end, basically it returns the true outcome if multiple expressions are true. Okay. Or basically it returns true if any one of the expression is a true, whereas a not, it returns the vice versa of the outcome what exactly it does has. So let us come back to the editor. Let us create a new program. Okay, let us create a new program for that. So here, let uh, is logged in. Okay, and of course this is a boolean of a true, and let is admin. Okay, is logged in. Okay, so let us see here, is logged in user. Okay, is logged in user. Let is admin user. So I have a defined it as a false. So here console.log verifying and operator. Okay, verifying and operator. So what I'm gonna do right now, so here I'm gonna do the comparison. Okay, so here is logged in user and okay is admin user. I'm just doing this particular comparison, is a logged in user and this particular user. So what it's gonna happen, if this is true and this is a true, both are a true, then only the outcome is a true. So here this is a true and the second one is a false. So when I run this particular program, right, see the outcome here is a false. For suppose if both are a true. Okay, and now when I run this outcome, right, see here the true got a printed down to the console. Okay, perfectly all right. Let's make it as a false. Let us copy this line, put it back here. Let us put this line here. Instead of a and, I'm using R. So what is the significance of a R? From both the expressions, if any one expression is true, the output is a true. See here, this is a true. So the outcome of this particular one itself is a true. See here, the outcome itself is a true. Perfectly all right. And the last one out over here is console.log verifying this operator. Okay, this operator, and see here what is the value of a true is logged in user. It's a true. So when I run this particular program, okay, when I run this particular program, so let us check it out. Okay, when I run this particular program, the output it retrieved as a false, guys. So the point is whatever the value is there, whenever you add an exclamatory which is a not, the quite opposite value of this one, which is a true, if it is a true, the output would be a false itself, would be retrieved to the console. So this is the way how exactly we can use this particular operator, guys. Okay, perfectly all right. In the next session, right, we will be looking at the ternary operators. Okay, perfectly all right. See you. Thank you. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back. So as part of the today's session, let us see about the ternary operator. So ideally, this is also known as a conditional operator, which consists of a three critical parts in it. The first one is a condition. Based on the condition outcome, if the condition outcome is a true, the expression one will be executed. If the condition outcome is a false, the expression two will be executed. If you look at the syntax, here is the condition. If this condition outcome is true, okay, if this condition outcome is true, then this expression will be executed. For suppose if this condition outcome is a false, then the expression 2 will be executed. That's it. As simple as it is. So let us go back and let us see a practical example for this particular one. So here I'm creating an example. Operator 4 dot, okay, I think you have a 4 existing one. Operator 5 dot a ts, I just created this one. And here what I am doing right now is let age number is equal to 25. Consider that I'm defining an age as a 25. So here, let is adult. So my requirement here is basically, okay, my requirement here is basically, I just want to check whether he is an adult or not. So the adult itself means it will return true or false. If it is a true means he is an adult. If it is a false means he is not an adult. So here boolean colon boolean, and what I am doing, if my age value is greater than or equal to 18, if my age value is greater than or equal to 18, of course, it is a true, which is an adult. Else, he is not an adult, which is a false. And here console.log, basically, I'm just trying to print this information. So when I run it, so as a 25, this is greater, the adult true got a printed. For suppose if I give this value as a 15, so the 15 means it's a smaller one, so it's not an adult, hence it is returning as a false. Or the another way how exactly that I can define here is let can watch movie. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm just defining it whether he can watch the movie or not. If the age is greater than or equal to 18, then yes, you can watch the movie. Okay, you can watch the movie. If it is not the case, okay, if it is, where is the colon? So here is the colon space. No, you can't watch the movie. Okay, so you can't watch the movie. So here I'm using a console.log whether I was just checking this information or not. When I try to print this information, right? If you look at it, so your age is 15, you can't watch this particular movie. That's it. If your age is 25, and when I run it, see here, yes, you can watch the movie. That's it. As simple as it is. So this is the way how exactly, okay, this is the way how exactly we can use this particular ternary operator. And the last one is a type of operator. Basically, this type of operator determines what type of variable it is. Okay, what type of a variable it is. Okay, so here let me comment it out this particular line. So here we have already defined a let an age, right? So here let status, okay, is equal to, I'm not defining anything, let the status value is equal to, I'm gonna use the type of age. Okay, whatever the age is there, I'm gonna define this type of a age. Basically, I can go with a type of a age like this. Okay, I can go with this type of a age. So here, what I'm gonna do right now, so here we have seen that console.log. So here console.log the status value. So let me try to run it and check it out here. See here, the type of a age is a number, the same, it got a printed down. For suppose here, let first name value, okay, of a string is equal to John. So here the type of the first name value. So when I run it, it will be printing the string to that. So the ultimate objective of this type of is it's gonna check it out what exactly the data type of this particular variable is, it's being printing down. So these are the various data types that we have. Okay, these are the six different data types that we have studied so far. In the next session, we will be seeing with the further concepts, guys. Okay, thank you very much. See you again. Bye bye. Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. So, guys, as part of the today's session, we are going to see a brief overview on conditional statements. Okay. So, as part of the conditional statements, we have a if else if, nested if, all these things. We will see all these things with an examples in the next few minutes. When exactly we can use these conditional statements means basically I want to execute some portion of a code based on an outcome of a certain condition. If this person age is greater than 18, then only allow him. If Okay, if your salary is greater than 10,000, then only you can apply for a loan. So these are the conditions. If user is logged in, then only perform the further operations like that. So these are the various types of conditional statements that we have. Right. So let us see a practical implementation of these conditional statements and how exactly the syntax looks like. So here I'm creating a new file with a name as a conditional1.ts. Okay, I've just created this conditional1.ts. And here let probably age, let us go with an age itself. This age, of course, it's a number, and the value that I am defining here is a 20. Okay, here instead of age, student age. Okay, let a student age, it's a number and it's greater than 20. The conditional syntax, basically, irrespective of any programming language, there is a defined syntax, guys. So the syntax here is I'm adding a multi-line comment for a readability purpose. If we need to specify the condition, if the condition is true, if the condition is true, then only execute the logic inside the if. If the condition outcome is true, then only execute the logic present inside the if block. So let us try to implement this particular condition. See here, we used student age as a variable, right? So here, if Okay, if student age is greater than 18, okay, you are eligible for a vote. Okay, you are eligible to vote. That's what I have defined. So here, what exactly the condition that I am doing? If the student age is greater than or equal to, if you remember the yesterday's comparison, basically greater than or equal to. So the same comparison we are just using it here. Right now, save this program and let's try to execute this particular program. See here, you are eligible to vote. Consider that I have given the input number as a 10. Okay, save this program and when we run it, okay, when we run it, and if you look at the console, Huh. Okay, if you look at the console, what just happened? You are eligible for the vote is the previous program. Okay, so the point here is if the condition is true, then only it will execute the logic present in the if block. See, the age is not greater than 18. The condition is a false. Here, as it is a false, there is a nothing to execute, hence it doesn't printed anything to the console. Here, we have a using just a if. If this condition is true, only execute it. We haven't specified any else block. Ideally, where we will be specifying an else block, if followed by an else means, if this condition is true, execute it. If this condition is a false, then execute it. So here, the syntax for this if else here is, okay, so I'm writing down here syntax for if else. And this one here that we have written is syntax for if. Okay, syntax for if. Okay, perfect. Let me correct these spellings. Okay, syntax for if and the syntax for if else. So here, if the condition is true, execute this logic, else execute the logic present in the else block. Okay, now here, this is example for if block. Now I'm creating an example for if else block. Okay, I'm creating an example for if else block. If student age is greater than or equal to 18, print you are eligible for vote, else you are not eligible for vote. So what it will happen is whenever it is checking this condition, if this condition got a failed, it will not enter into the if block, it will enter into the else block and it will execute the content present in the else block. Okay, for the time being, I'm just commenting the initial piece of a code if condition that we have created. Now I want to execute if else. If you look at the age, the input that we are giving is a 10. So here it will compare this condition 10 less greater than or equal to 18. It is false. Hence, it will not go to the if block. It will go to the else block and it will execute it. Let me try to run this program. And see here, you are not eligible to vote. That's it. As simple as it is got a printed down to the console. So this is the way how exactly we can use an if block and how exactly we can use an else block. Simple guys, it will compare the condition based on the outcome of that particular condition itself. It will be performing the further operations. So here the next one is else if. So when exactly we can go with an else if? Okay, we'll see that particular point in a minute. And here, ideally, right, a kind of a question that comes in our mind. Surendra, we are checking only one condition. Can we check a multiple conditions? Yes, of course, we can do that. So here, I'm doing as conditional conditional2.ts. Okay, I have just created the program. Let a, this is a number which is equal to 10, and so okay, maybe the first number. Okay, let second number and let third number. So here what I have done, I have defined three different numbers. Okay, three different numbers. Let me add a comment. So my objective is I want to identify the bigger number. So how this is going to work in a manual situations, we will check whether the first number is greater than second number, and also the first number is greater than third number. So whenever it is greater than these two, we can say that first number is bigger. Right? The first number is bigger when we will call it in this particular case. So when the second number is bigger, if the second number is greater than first, and also greater than third. The similar way, the third, whenever you are calling the third as a greater means it will compare with the first and as well as the second. So here we are gonna use two different comparisons. Okay, we are gonna use two different comparisons. If you remember about the logical operators that we have used, logical and see basically it will compare the multiple expressions. When all the expressions output is true, the overall condition outcome is true. That's what we have studied in the previous sessions. So here, if what I am doing is the first number is greater than second number. Okay, the first number is greater than second number, and also the first number is greater than third number. Okay, so what I am asking is whenever this is greater than these two, in such a cases, console.log, the first number is bigger. Else followed by an if. Basically, this is what the else if that we have, the third one. This is what the else if is. If the second number is greater than first number, and the second number is greater than third number, then we are considering it as a second number is a big. See, basically out of three numbers, the first number is not big, the second number is not big, ultimately the third number itself is a big. Hence we are not comparing any condition directly, we are giving it as a else. Okay, directly we are giving it as a else. If you look at the current example, right, out of all these three, the third number is the bigger one. So when I run this particular program, and if you look at this particular console, the third is a bigger. So consider that I have changed my first number to 100. And when I run this particular program, the first number is a bigger. So whichever the way how exactly we are updating those numbers, the script is being updated. And another small rule that we need to consider here is, guys, basically in an if block, if there is a single liner code is there, the logic is there, instead of specifying the open brackets and a closed brackets, we can ignore it. We no need to specify that. Okay, so copy these lines of a code, put it here, and whatever the above lines of a code that we have created earlier, I'm commenting them. Okay, I just commented them. So now here, if this condition is true, we have a single liner logic. So I haven't specified the braces there, the open bracket and as well as a closed bracket. Simply, I just deleted all the open brackets and the closed brackets. Okay, it's up to you. So ideally, right, whenever there are a multiple conditions or multiple statements that it needs to execute, right, in such a cases itself, okay, in such a cases itself, we will be putting this particular stuff. Okay, we will be putting, this particular stuff. Okay, the braces. Okay, perfectly all right. And then the last one that we need to consider here is a nested if else basically. So which means inside one if there is gonna be another if, inside the else there is gonna be the next one, like that, a nested type of a condition. So here what I'm gonna do right now is conditional 3.ts. I just created it. Let, okay, probably what we are gonna consider, employee salary. Okay, employee salary number 25,000. Okay, so here if salary is, okay, if salary is greater than or equal to, okay, if salary is greater than or equal to 20,000, you are eligible for the bonus. And let bonus amount bonus amount of a number is equal to, I'm gonna give your existing salary into 0.3%. Perfectly all right. And here what additionally I'm doing is, if your bonus amount is greater than 5,000. Okay, if your bonus amount is greater than 5,000, you are eligible. You are eligible for, you are eligible for shares. Okay, share options. Okay, terminate it. Okay, terminate it. Else you are not eligible for shares. So guys, if you clearly observe, based on the salary, we are performing one condition, and based on that, we additionally do this particular bonus amount calculation inside an if you have another further if that's being performing. Okay, this is the way how exactly we can deal with it. It's up to you what kind of a calculations, what kind of an amount that you want to deal with it. So let me run this particular program and check it out. You are eligible for bonus, and also you are eligible for share options. So this is the way how exactly we can use these conditional statements, if else if, and nested if. And a kind of a question that comes in our mind, Surendra, in a previous sessions you have explained about, in a previous sessions you have explained about a ternary operator, and now you are explaining about a conditional statements, right? At the time of a ternary operator also we validated a condition, and based on that the expression is being executed. So a question out over here is, probably, right, a question that comes in your mind, when can I use these conditional statements and when can I use the ternary operator? See, the simple point that we need to consider here is, with respect to the ternary, if the logic that you want to execute is pretty small, then you can go with a ternary operator, else you will be going with the conditional statements itself. And can we add a multiple conditions in a single if? Yes, of course, we have seen in a simple example where we have added a multiple conditions in a single if. Okay, perfectly all right. That's all I have for this session. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey, hi everyone. As part of the today's session, we will be looking at switch statements. Basically, a switch case executes a block of a code. Okay, depending on the value for a given expression. Consider that a day. If the day value is a Monday, execute this piece of a code. If the day value is a Tuesday, execute this piece of a code. If the day value is Wednesday, then execute this piece of a code. So for a single variable, if there are a multiple sets of a values, right? In order to handle that, we will be using this particular switch. So here I'm using this particular one, example on switch dot ts. Okay, example on a switch dot ts. Let weekday of, okay, this is gonna be a string definitely, is equal to Monday. See guys, if you remember, we have added a GitHub Copilot in the previous sessions, right? Whenever I'm trying to write something, right, automatically my Copilot is prompting me the things. See, in the line when I have a defined a weekday of a string Monday, automatically my Copilot is giving me suggestions. Buddy, you can use a switch on a weekday. I just performed a tab, and if the value is a Monday, execute this logic, add a break statement. If the value is a Tuesday, this one. See, I'm just pressing a tab operation, guys. So here for this switch case, I haven't done anything. I'm just pressing a tab operation. Automatically, my Copilot is putting everything for me. See here, I just pressed the tab for 5 to 6 times. The whole lines of a code got generated by my Copilot itself. For every case, it's a mandatory for us to add a break. See, basically, if you look at the syntax, for the switch, you will be giving a variable which has a multiple sets of values. Individual case represents the individual set of values. See, if this case value is a Monday, execute this piece of a code and break this, which is come out from this particular switch case. You no need to go further and you no need to perform anything. The reason is my actions got completed. If my day value is a Tuesday, execute this piece and come out. And the same way for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, like that. So here we have a given input as Monday. Let me try to run this particular program. Save it. Let me try to run this program and check it out in the console. See here, today is Monday, got a printed. For suppose I have a given input as someday. Okay, if you look at these cases, right, we have a case for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We don't have any case for someday, but there is a default one. Okay, when I run it, so if you look at here, basically, okay, unexpected default. Just 1 second. Let me save it and let me run it once. Okay, let me run it once. So here the invalid day got a printed down to the console. So this is the way. Okay, so I haven't done anything. I just skipped to save it. And when I saved it, automatically it got executed successfully. So the point here is whenever you are giving something, the some value, which is not part of your cases, then it will go to the default block and it will execute the content present in the default block. Okay, it will go to the default block and it will execute the content present inside the default block. Okay, perfectly all right. Good. Done the deal. So this is all about the switch cases, guys. In the next session, we will see about a for loops. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Hey. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, as part of the today's session, I'm gonna talk about for loops. Loops, basically, if at all you wanna execute a piece of a code for multiple sets of a time, in such a cases, we will be using this for loops, guys. Okay, not only for loops, we have a while loop and as well as a for each loop, or any one of these loops can be used if at all you wanna execute a piece of a code for multiple sets of a time. The syntax is for followed by a variable declaration, specified by a condition, and followed by an increment or a decrement operation. So let us see a small example on this one. So example for one dot ts. Okay, that's fine. So here what I'm gonna do right now is let I number is equal to 1. Okay, I have a defined a number I equal to 1. So for I, okay, as I have already initialized it, I, and the condition here is I is less than or equal to 10, and I plus plus, we know that I plus plus means it's gonna increment it by 1, right? I'm asking it to print it. So here what I'm doing is I'm initializing the variable I ahead itself, and I'm directly using that variable inside my for. This is the way. For I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. So when I run this particular program, and if you look at this particular console, 1 to 10, all the values should be printed down to the console. See here, value 1 to 10, all the values are got a printed down to the console. 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, 2, 3. See here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All the values are got a printed down to the console. The another way how exactly we can define this particular one is, okay, directly I can use a for, and here let I as a number, I'm defining it, and console.log of I, and just a kill. Okay, so what it's gonna do, so here we are defining that I variable here itself, and I'm doing this a conditional operation, and I'm just dealing with it. So this will rotate the for loop until the I value is greater than 10 or greater than 11 basically. So what it will happen, initially I is 1, so 1 less than or equal to 10. The condition is true. It will print the value. Again, it will increment it. Now I becomes 2. 2 less than or equal to 10. The condition is true. It will iterate it. When I becomes a 10, 10 less than or equal to 10, of course, the condition is true. It will print it. Then it will increment the I value by 1, so that I becomes 11 right now. 11 less than or equal to 10. The condition is a false. Hence, it will move out of that particular loop. Now, let me try to run this program and check it out whether it is printing those values or not. See here, where is that? See here, the values are got printed down to 1 to 10. See here, the values 1 to 10 got printed down to the console. Perfectly all right. This really, working as expected. Now, what I want to do here is, so let's come back to this. So, if you look at the examples, print 1 to 10. That's perfect. Print even numbers from 1 to 20. So, I want to print the even numbers up to 20, probably. So, up to 20, whatever the even numbers are there, I just want to print it up. So, here, the point that we need to know is, how would I know whether the number is an even number or not? So the simple point is, if the number module by 2, which is equal to 0, then it's an even number. If the number module by 2 not equal to 0, which is an odd number. So here what I am doing right now is, for let I number basically, and here I is ranging from up to 20. So I'm defining from 0 to 20. And here, what they're saying is, if I module 2 is equal to 0, then it's an even number, else it's an odd number. See, I have written a simple for loop that does this particular activity. Okay, see here, inside a for loop, I have an if and as well as a else. So if I module 2 is 0, then it's gonna print that particular number. So in that situation, in this situation, I don't want an else block, guys. So I just want to print only the even numbers. Okay, so here let me add it. Below logic will print even numbers between 0 to 20. Okay, perfectly all right. Let me save this program and let me run this particular program and check it out. See here, the even number is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, like that. It got a printed down. It got a printed down. Okay, copy this for loop, comment it out, and put it here again. And let me add a comment. print odd numbers from 0 to 20. As it is an odd number, right? I'm just starting with a 1 itself. And here not equal to. So if you remember, if it is not equal to, so that's what we have a written, right? If module number not equal to 0, which itself is an odd, so here what I'm doing means odd number. Okay, and if that I module 2 is not equal to 0, then it's an odd number. Save it. Let me try to run this particular program and check out here in the console. Basically, the numbers from 0 to 20, all odd numbers are got printed down to the console. Okay, so this is the way how exactly we can deal with it. Okay, this is the way how exactly we can deal with it. Okay, perfectly all right. This is all about this particular stuff. And here, my situation, my requirement is I want to print numbers from 1 to 10. But if 5 is there, then skip the loop. Okay, or I can say skip or break. For now, then break the loop. So basically, what my first requirement is, let's print the numbers from 1 to 100, or not only 10, 1 to 100. Whenever you see 5 in that particular loop, right, the I value, just terminate it. Okay, just terminate it. So for see here, automatically my copilot is prompting that suggestion. And here I'm just using this particular one and see basically this is the one that it got. If I is equal to 5, break the loop, where in which I'm using a break statement to break this loop. Okay, let me run this particular program and check it out. Okay, it's executing. Okay, so okay, let me save it once. Okay, if I is equal to 5, okay, let me run it and see what it is printing. It should print the numbers from 1 to 5. So it's not a printing it, breaking the loop. So here, what I am doing is console.log value of I. So it will print the values till I becomes a 5, and after becoming 5, right, it's a terminating from the loop. Though my loop value is up to 100, it's not going till there. It's just breaking that particular loop. Okay, perfectly all right. Done the deal. See you again in the next session with the while loop and as well as a continuous statements. Thank you. Hey. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, as part of the today's session, we are going to study more about while loops. So basically, for a while, if you look at the syntax, we will be specifying the condition. Until the condition outcome is true, the while will continue performing that particular operations. Okay, the while will continue performing that particular operations. So whenever that condition outcome is a false, then only the while will terminate that particular loop. So here is an example. Let I, this is of a number basically, and the value that I'm gonna define is a 1. And while I value is less than 10. So here, when I value is less than 10, then I'm printing it up. That's fine. So what it will happen, initially my I is 1. So 1 is less than or equal to 10. The condition is true. It is printing that. Again, it will perform. Again, it will perform. There is no end for that until and unless we add this I plus plus. Without adding this I plus plus, it becomes the infinite loop. So whenever you add an I plus plus, every time it will increment the I value, every time it will increment the I value by 1, and based on that particular outcome itself, it will be performing the further operations. Now, let me try to run this particular program and check out the console here. See, the value of I is from 1 to 10. All the values are got printed down to the console. Okay, all the values got printed down to the console. Perfectly all right. If you look at the first example, print the numbers from 1 to 10. Perfect. The second example is I want to print the numbers, the even numbers up to 20. Commented out this particular logic. Let me change my I value as a 0. And here, while I less than or equal to 20. Okay, less than or equal to 20. I know in order to get the even numbers, basically, if I module by 2 is 0, then it's an even number. That's it. That's what I have just specified it. So I module less than 10. That's what I have just specified it. Now, let me try to run this particular program and just check it out. Okay, let me try to, okay, just save it. Let me try to run this program and check it out. See, all the values are got a printed down. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20. All the values got a printed down. So if I want to change it to an odd numbers, right? Copy this, comment it out, and put it back here. And this is not equal to 0. And here I'm defining odd number. Okay, here I'm defining an odd number. Perfect. Let me try to run this particular program and check it out whether those odd numbers are being printed or not. See here, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 19, all the odd numbers are got printed down to the console. So this is the way how exactly we can use an even numbers and as well as an odd numbers. And if you come back to the previous logic, which is just printing this particular values. So let me uncomment it. So here, what I'm gonna do right now is if my I is 5, then add a breaking point and simply break the loop. So rotate this loop, but whenever the I becomes a 5, I don't want to use it, just to terminate it. So when I run this particular program, right, it will be printing the values. Let me save it. Let me run this particular program. See here, the values from 0 to 5, all the values are got printed and then it breaks that particular loop. Perfectly all right. Hey. Hi everyone. So guys, if you remember, as part of the previous session, we were discussing about this while loop, right? So let us continue this while, with the next set, which is a kind of a do while basically. Okay, this do while is a similar set of a while itself. Let us see about a do while and as well as a continue as part of this particular session. So here I'm creating a new file basically do while example for do while dot ts. I just created this particular file. So there is a small difference between while and a do while. If you see while, initially, it is comparing the conditions. If the condition outcome is a true, then only it will proceed further. Whereas a do while, what it does means basically, it will execute the logic first, and then at the end, it will be comparing that particular conditions. So here, let me add a syntax for this particular do while so that we can better understand that. Do the logic. Okay, so do the logic here inside the do block, and at the end while condition. So what it will happen initially, for the very first time it will enter the block, it will perform that particular operations, and at the end it will check the condition. If the condition outcome is true, it will continue with the further operations. So the basic difference between while and a do while is, if you see the while, initially, it will compare the condition. If the condition outcome is true, then only it will continue, which means if a set of logic is there inside a while, until and unless the condition got passed, it won't even execute for one time. Whereas a do while, as it is comparing the condition at the end, so initially it will enter the loop, it will perform the operations for once, and at the end it will check the condition. If the condition got a fail, it will not go back to the loop. So here in the do while, it performs the operation at least for once. Okay, that's the basic difference between this particular do while. Okay, so let us see the simple example of I that we have used. Okay, so J. Okay, let J do console.log j plus plus when j is less than or equal to 10. Again, I am using a copilot features itself where I just perform the tab operation. The whole lines of a code, it got generated. Okay, perfectly all right. Let's try to hit this particular play button and see. Okay, see here, value of a j is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 1 to 10, all the values are got are retrieved. Copy this, comment it up, put it here, and this time, instead of printing this particular value, what I am doing is, if j module 2 is equal to 0, then only just print it. Equal to 0 itself is an even number. We know that, right? Whenever it is equal to 0, it's an even number. So let me try to run this particular code and check it out. So, okay, let me save this code. Let me try to run this particular piece and just check it out. See here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, all the even numbers got printed. Let me comment it up, let me put it here, and this is not equal to 0. Odd numbers up to 10, even it will be printing that particular stuff. And when I run this particular code, odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, all the values got retrieved and printed down to the console. Okay, perfectly all right. So this is the way that where exactly we can use a while loop and as well as a do while. Okay, that's fine. So the next thing out over here is, what is the basic difference between while and a do while? That's we have just explained a few minutes before, right? I have explained you about a few minutes before. And when can a while convert into a infinite loop? So the point here, if you remember, as part of the while example, right? If you forgot to add this increment operator, automatically that while logic would be a kind of an infinite loop itself, right? That's what we have seen also, right? And ideally, a basic question, Surendra. In the previous session, we have studied about a for and a while, right? What is the basic difference between for and a while? So consider a situation that you need to scroll down a web page for 5 different times. So here, you know the number of times. How many times you need to scroll down? It's a 5. In such cases, you can use a for loop where you will be asking it to rotate for 5 times. Whereas you don't know how many times the page you need to scroll down, you need to scroll until the desired text should display at the bottom of the screen. In such cases, you will use a while. So this is a basic comparison where exactly you can use a for and as well as a while. And there is a one more loop is gonna be a for each loop that will be working on an arrays. As of now, we haven't studied anything about arrays, hence I'm not explaining that. That we will study as part of our next session, probably once we are done with the arrays. As of now, what I'm gonna explain here is, I'm gonna talk about the continue statement. So what exactly the significance of this continue statement, and why are we gonna use this continue statement? Basically, this continue statements, see here, even for this comment also, my copilot is giving the suggestions. See here, I just pressed a tab operation here. Okay, so this continue statement skips the current iteration of the loop and moves to the next iteration. Okay, let me try a for loop. So here the for loop is ranging from 1 to 10. And the simple thing here is, if the I value is 5, skipping the iteration, and here I'm using a continue and I'm just using the I value print. So inside the for loop, without this particular logic, if you observe, it's just having an I value printing. Additionally, I'm using, if I value is equal to 5, continue. If you remember earlier, we used a break. What is the significance of a break? It will terminate that particular execution. And let us see how this continue is gonna perform this operation. I saved this program and let me try to run this program and check it out. It got printed down, but 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth iteration, as the I is becoming 5, it doesn't continued further here. See, basically, whenever the I is a 5, it entered this particular one. It come to continue. Whenever the continue got encountered here, it will not go to the next line in the code. It will be continuing with the next value, which is I becomes a 6, and it will continue further. So continue with the further execution. Don't go with the next steps that you have in the code. Continue with the next value. That's the reason up to 4 it got a printed, and after that skipping the iteration got a printed, and it doesn't move to the next line, which is a value of I equal to 5. It didn't print to the console directly. The 6 got a printed as it moved out from that particular one. Okay, perfectly all right. Then the next point here is not only one value that I can say I equal to 7 or I equal to 9. So for three different I values, I just want to continue with it. So what it will be happening, skipping the iteration for I plus I. So I just want to see how this is going to work out. So when I run this particular program this time, if you look at the console, for those three iterations, 5, 7, and a 9, the I, it skipped that particular execution and the I value didn't print to the console. Perfectly all right. This is all about a continue using a for loop. So let us see how this continue is gonna work on a while loop. We need to know how exactly this continue will work on a while loop. So here let j, this is of a number, while j is less than or equal to 10. See, my copilot is prompting me this suggestion. If j is equal to 579, skipping this particular loop, and here it is incrementing, and here console.log j plus plus. So Surendra, why you have an increment operator inside this condition? Let me comment it out and let me explain you. So what it's going to happen is I is equal to, the j is equal to 1. So 1 less than or equal to 10. The condition is true. It will come inside it. It will check whether the j value is in between these or not. It's not. It will come to this line console.print j, which is a 1, and it is incrementing that one. Now it becomes 2. Again 2, 3, 4, 5. Up to 5, it's really good. Whenever it's 5, the j is a 5. It entered the loop, it printed this value, it went to continue. When it went to continue, what it will happen? We have a scene that whenever it went to continue, it will not go to the next lines. So then it will go to the top. So in the while you are not incrementing it, your j value is 5 always. It's a kind of an infinite loop. It will keep on executing in that particular one. So let me save it. Let me run it and let me see the console here. The J is a 5, and on top of it, it's keep on continuing it. There is a no break at all. So that's the reason here, though it comes into this, whenever you have incremented it by 1, so the value got changed again, the iteration will continue. So that's the reason when I run this particular program for this time, see the iteration got executed successfully. So this is the way how exactly, okay, so this is the way how exactly we can use this whole concept, guys. Clear? Perfectly all right. Done the deal. So this is all about the loops and as well as okay, the continuous statements. We will continue this topic in the next session with the further examples. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey. Hi everyone, welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about the various methods that we have on a string. So, guys, if you remember, string means it's a data type, right? Where exactly we are defining a group of characters into a string, and that too we can define it in a single quote or in a double quote. That's what we have defined on a strings. Ideally, there are a n number of operations that we can perform on a string. If you look at these different sets of operations that I can perform, the first one is a concat where I can add a one string with another string. Of course, people you might be asking how exactly you can compare the strings. Guys, if you remember, we have a seen a strict equal to and a smooth equal to concepts in the previous sessions, right? With that, you can compare the strings. Now, the rest of the methods, like a concat. Concat is the method which is used to add a one string with another string. Length is a method which is used to add, which is used to get the total number of characters in the given string. Caret is a method, precisely it will be getting a character from the given string. Okay, replace, the name itself will tells you a group of characters will be replaced with some other group of characters. To lowercase, the given string will be converted to completely into a lowercase. to uppercase, the given string is converted completely into an uppercase. Split is a method where the given string is splitted down into multiple small strings. Trim is a method which is used to remove the unnecessary spaces either before starting the string or at the end of the string. Starts with and ends with are the methods basically which are used to compare the things. If my string is starting with this word, return true. If my string is not starting with that word, return false. The same will be applicable for ends with also. So what I'm gonna do right now is I have just created a simple program here. Okay, I've just created a simple program here. Let us try to write down the content here. Let input string. Okay, so here I'm going with my GitHub Copilot suggestions itself, hello TypeScript, and let output a string, and this is equal to hello JavaScript. Let's go with it. So I'm not going with the traditional names. I was just going with this particular one. So the first and a foremost thing that I want to do is get total number of characters in the given string. As and when I type it, even I'm not fully typing it. As and when I'm trying to type it, my Copilot is prompting me that suggestions, and even of course, automatically the below set of logic is also printing down, giving it for me. See, basically console.log total number of characters, input string dot length is the method that I'm going to use on it. That's what it is suggesting. The same way, once we got a length, okay, let's go back to this documentation. Once we got a length, then we need to add a concat method. So concat is a method which we are gonna add a one string with another string. I want to add hello TypeScript, and this is a Surendra text to input a string. See, what I'm trying to do is I have my input a string. I just want to use this concat method to perform this operation. See, ideally, we can also use a input string plus. Plus is a symbol, of course, we can add it, but we want to use a concat method. So here console.log. See again, my complete concatenation, my input, it's coming it up. After concatenation, input a string. I wanna concat with the space. This is Surendra. I wanna compare it with this is Surendra. Okay, let me try to run this program and check it out whether it is printing the desired information or not. If you look at it, basically there are 16 characters in the given string, and here hello TypeScript, this is Surendra, the same got a printed down to the console. Perfectly all right. Let me comment it out these two lines of a code. So I'm good with the concat method. I'm good with the length method. Let me go with the character method. I want to get a character at a specific index. Ideally, in the given string, the character count will start from 0th index, which means my first character is of 0 index and the next character is of first index and so on. Okay, so here as and when I type it, my Copilot is prompting me, buddy. So this is the way how you can do that. For H, the index is 0 below line. Okay, let me press a tab button. So here what it is suggesting is H. So the input string is hello Surendra. Okay, if you sorry, hello TypeScript, right? The input string here is a hello TypeScript. So it splitted it up. So here for hello, okay, for hello H basically. Okay, let me come back to the original screen and let me try to, yeah, perfect. So here for H, the index is 0. For E, index is 1. For L, the index is 2. L3, oh, like that. Even the space, it is considering as an index and it is retrieving it. Like that, you have all these values. I want to get, okay, the character. So below line is a completely, I can say as an index. Okay, what exactly this one is? An index that we can give it for the character method. I'm gonna give my index as a 10 to my caret method. As in when I give index as a 10 to my caret method, it should print s. Okay, that's fine. Let me clear it up and let me type. Okay, let me clear it up. And here, let me type console.log caret. My index is the 10th index. I'm just changing this value to 10. That's it, guys. Let me try to run this program. As per my understanding, right, it should print a S to the console. That's what it is printing. If I change my value to 13, which is going to be the last value. So here, 13th position. So here, 13. And when I run this particular program, if you look at it, the desired value got a printed down. Okay, so there is a mismatch here. 13, okay, 10. See here, S is a 10, C is 11, R is a 12, I is a 13. Okay, I is 13. So that's what. Okay, that's perfect. It retrieved and it printed down to the console. Perfect. And then let us look at the documentation and look at the next method. Okay, let us look at this documentation and let us look at this next method, which is replace. Okay, so here my string is having a hello, right? I wanna replace it with some other one. So here, let me add a comment. I wanna replace my hello with hi. Okay, that's fine. As and when I did it, automatically, my Copilot is prompting me this. So let me uncomment this line of a code. It is saying that input a string. Replace is the method that you need to use. Hello is the old string and you are replacing with a hi. Perfect. Let me run this code and upon printing it, just check out. Okay, save it. Okay, save it once and let me run this script and check out. See here, instead of a hello, hi TypeScript got a printed down to the console. Okay, perfect. And then the next method here is we want to convert the given string into a lowercase and you want to convert it into an uppercase. So I want to convert the entire string to lowercase. So basically to lowercase. That's it. Automatically it's giving me the suggestion, buddy. You can use a input string dot to lowercase. And again, I want to convert the entire string to an uppercase. Again, I just used the suggestions itself. Okay, by pressing the tab. Let me save this program. Let me run this program. See the given string. See here the lowercase string and the uppercase string got retrieved successfully. Okay, perfectly all right. Let's go back to this. Lowercase and uppercase is done. Then split. Split is a method which is used to split the given string into multiple substrings. So here basically, hello, the space is a delimiter. I want to split it. I want to split my given string into multiple substrings. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, see here it is automatically giving me the suggestions. Console.log split the given string. Input string dot split is a method where exactly the space comes into the picture. I wanna split it up. Let me try to run it and check it out. See here, hello and TypeScript. It got to split it up. Okay, perfectly all right. And what exactly the next method? Trim. So what I'm doing right now here is wantedly I just added some space to my string, guys. Okay, before and then after. So here, see automatically the suggestion also. I want to remove the extra space before and then after the string. So basically console.log after trim and input string dot trim is the method which you can use. Basically trim is the method which you can use in order to perform the trim operation. Okay, in order to perform the trim operation. Okay, save it. Let me run it and check it out. See, after trim, so the only text it got a printed down. So this is the way how exactly we can perform the trim operation. And then the next thing is, I want to compare whether it is starting with and ending with. Okay, whether I want to compare with the starting with and as well as an ending with. I want to check whether the given string starts with hello or not. So here console.log, it is saying that okay, input a string starts with a hello. So if it is a starting with a hello, this method will return a true. If it is not a starting with a hello, this method will return a false. So here this input a string, wantedly I changed it to hi. And when I run this program this time, it's not. Okay, so that's the way how exactly this starts with is gonna work. The similar way, I want to use the ends with also. See, automatically it's giving me the suggestions. I just used a tab operation. So I want to check whether the given string is ending with a TypeScript or not. So here I'm using a input a string dot ends with. Of course, my input string is ending with a TypeScript. Hence, it will be printing ends with a TypeScript, which is a true got printed down to the console. Okay, perfectly all right. So this is the way. Okay, so this is the way how exactly we can use this. And there is a one more method. Basically, you can check whether there is the given string is having uh, as a part of that particular one or not, which you can use a contains basically. Okay, where exactly I'm gonna use an includes a method. Includes is the method which we are using in order to do a comparison whether that particular string is having this portion of the string or not. So let it run. Okay, let it run. It contains the TypeScript. So these are the various methods that we can use it, guys. Okay, these are the various methods that we can use on a string. Perfectly all right. In the next session, we will study with a further concept. Thank you. Bye bye. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So guys, today we are going to study about an arrays. So what is an array here? So array is a collection of multiple sets of data, and that data is of a same data type. A group of numbers, group of a Boolean values, group of strings. All together we can store it as part of a particular array. Okay, perfect. In this array is of a two types, a single dimensional array and a multi-dimensional array. For now, as part of this session, we will be focusing more on a single dimensional array. And an array, if you have a group of data, consider that a group of strings got stored in an array. So consider that this is an array and I have my fruit names. Apple. Okay, this is gonna be my first apple. Banana, this is gonna be my second fruit, and the third fruit is gonna be guava. Consider that there are three different fruits in my array. All the elements in an array can be accessed by using its index. The first value in the array will start with the 0th index. The second value will start with the next index, which is a 1, and the next one is a 2. 0, 1, 2, so on like that. The array values can be accessed with their indexes itself. And the next and a most important thing is you can add an element to a particular array. Okay, you can remove an element from a particular array, and of course, you can modify that particular array as well. So, these are the various operations that we can perform on a particular array. Okay, perfectly all right. So, let's come back to the code. Let me create a new program. Example on arrays dot ts. Okay, arrays dot ts. Then immediately a question that comes in our mind, Surendra, you are saying that array, a group of a similar data types, right? A group of a similar data types you are storing in an array. I know how to define. Okay, I know how to define a single string, but how can we define multiple strings? So the syntax for this particular array here is let name of that particular array colon. Consider that you are going to define a group of strings. You just need to add this brackets, which means that this is a multiple values, and those values you can store it in this particular way. Brackets and name 1, name 2, name 3, something like that. Or let ID array, consider that it's going to be an employee ID, and of course it's going to be a numbers, and the numbers is going to be something like that. And let a boolean array. Okay, boolean array, and this is the way how exactly we can add this particular boolean array. And we will see about the any type moving further, but for now, let us consider these three types. Okay, perfectly all right. So let me define the names array. Okay, let name array colon, okay, string of name John, Jane, Teo. So these are the various names that we have on this particular array. Okay, these are the various names on this particular array. So console.log, the name array, I'm just trying to print this one. Okay, let us try to print this one and check it out what it's being printing down to the console. See the name array, these many values are there in your name array. So my point here is while we were discussing about that, elements in the array can be accessed using index. Okay, elements in the array will be starting using its index, and the index is starting from 0. So which means the 0th index in the name array is pointing to John. Okay, is pointing to John, and the first index is pointing to Jane, and the third index 0, sorry, 0, 1, 2. The second index is pointing to Dio. From this given example, see what I'm doing is, so I'm illustrating this particular set for this example. So 0th index, the first value, first index, which is the second value, third index, which is going to be the second value, like that. 0, 1, 2, always it will start with 0 as an index. So what my requirement is here, I want to print, I want to print the second element from the array. So in that array, there are a total three elements: 0 index, 1 index, and a 2 index. So as I want to print that particular one, console.log, and the second element is going to be the index 1, and I'm asking it to print the element with an index of 1. Perfectly all right. Save it. Let me try to run it. Okay, save it. Let me try to run it. And if you look at the code, basically, it should print the second element is a J. Perfectly all right. So Surendra, we have a multiple values. So, okay, so probably this number of values may increase. Why we are using this particular approach, which is the printing a single element? Why can't we use a for loop in retrieving that? Yes, of course, we can use that. So for let, okay, I, this is gonna be a number, right, which is equal to, the array is starting with the 0th index, and the array default method is a length. Length is a method that we have on an array which will be getting the total number of values from that particular array. Okay, that will be getting the total number of values from that particular array. And here console.log, I was just printing that particular information using a for loop. Okay, perfectly all right. Save this program and execute it. And if you look at the console, 0th index, the first index, the second index, all the values in the array got retrieved, and all the values got printed down to the console. Okay, all the values in an array got retrieved, and all the values got printed down to the console. So this is the way how exactly we can handle it. Okay, this is the way how exactly we can handle it. Perfectly all right. And the next thing here is, as part of my documentation, I wanna add, I can perform these operations, guys. I can add an element to an array, I can remove an element from an array, I can change any element existing value in that particular array. For now, let us take an example and let us see how exactly we can use adding a further values to an array, where in which you need to use a push method. Push is a method which is used to push an element into an array. So here, what I'm doing right now is, okay, what I'm gonna do right now is, what is the name of that array? Name array, right? So here, name array dot push Smith. I'm just using a push basically. And after that, what it's gonna does? adds Smith to the end of the array. Whenever you use a push method, that will be putting up a value at the end of the array. So I'm trying to print that particular chunk after pushing, see what exactly the value it got added. So let me try to run the program and check it out. John, Jane, Dio, and Smith. The Smith got added at the end. That's what the push does. Okay, perfectly all right. Surendra, but I don't want to do a push at the end. So I want to push in the first position. Okay, I want to push into the first position. In such a cases, we can use an unshift method. Okay, so here name array dot name array dot unshift. Okay, unshift, and I'm using Ramya. Okay, I'm using Ramya here. So what it's gonna happen, my copilot is suggesting that adds Ramya to the beginning of that array. So here I'm trying to print it after unshift. Let me try to save it. Let me try to run it, and let's check it out here. After unshift, Ramya got added to the first. So using a push, the value will be added at the end. Using an unshift, the value will be added at the starting. Perfectly all right. Good. So here, from this documentation, we have seen how to add an element, whether it is in the starting or whether it is the ending. We have seen an example. Now, let us see how exactly, okay, let us see how exactly we can remove an element. Okay, how exactly we can remove an element. In order to remove an element, we will be using a pop. Okay, in order to remove an element, we will be using a pop. So here, what I'm gonna do right now is name array dot pop. See, basically, I simply used a pop. So what this pop does, this pop is gonna remove a last element, and let us try to print after the pop. Okay, when I run it, okay, when I run it, the input that I have given here is the input array that I have given here is John, Jane, and Doe. Okay, the last value got removed by the pop, and after pop, only two values got remained. Perfectly all right. But this time, I don't want to remove the last value. I want to remove the starting value. So where in which we are going to use a name array dot shift method, which will remove the first value from that array. Okay, which will remove the first value from that particular array. So when I run this particular program, see the input that you have given earlier is John. So the output we got is after shift, John got a remote. So this is the way how exactly we can add an element, and how exactly we can remove an element. And the last one is change the element value. I have some value here and I just want to change it. See, basically the array index, array name, followed by a index where exactly you want to specify that, and the new value. If you define it automatically, it will change that particular value. So here, let me come down, let me comment these lines of a code. What I am gonna do right now is to the name array of the index of 1, I'm naming it as Surendra. Okay, I'm naming it as a Surendra. Basically, I just wanna update it. And let's see whether the updated name got a printed or not. If you see the input, guys, the 0th index is a John and the second one is a Jane. So now I'm trying to replace this Jane with the Surendra. Let me save it. Let me run it. And let's check it out. See, John, Surendra got a printed down to the console. In order to update it, the only thing is the array name followed by in which index you want to update it, and you can define this particular chunk. So this is the way how exactly we can define an array and play around with it. So among all these things, if you look at the for loop, basically we have seen a for loop here where we are using a length as a method, right, on an array. There are a couple more methods that we need to know that we will be studying as part of the next session. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Hey. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about how exactly we can do the various sets of methods or operations on a particular array. So, these are the quite commonly used methods: concat, toString, index of, find, includes, sort, slice, splice, all these methods. Let us see one after these methods with some quick examples. So, what I'm going to do right now is I've just created a plain program and let array 1, okay, and this array 1 is of numbers, and the numbers that we have in this array are probably 501, 601, 701. Okay, that's what I have a defined an array. Let array 2 is equal to 102, 202, and 902 something. So yeah, these are the values that I have in my array basically. Okay, my array 1 contains 501, 601, 701. My array 2 contains basically 102, 202, and a 902. So I just want to use my first one, which is a concat. So where in which I just want to add these two arrays here. Let array 3 of course, this array 3 is also of a number, is equal to array 1 dot concat of a array 2. What exactly the content that you have in that particular array 1? Concatenate with an array 2. Okay, and I'm using console.log concatenated array 3. I was just printing that. Okay, see here, let me try to save it. Okay, let me try to run it and just check it out. So the concatenated array 501, 601, 701, 102, 202, and as well as a 902. All these values got a concatenated into this particular array. Perfectly all right. So this is the way how exactly we can add a first one. And the second method out over there is, you can convert the array into a string basically. Okay, console.log convert array to a string. Array dot toString is the method that I am using in order to convert the given array into a string. So whenever you are converting the array into a string, basically a comma separated values would be populated. Okay, let me try to run the test script and check it out. See here, all the values got separated by a comma. Perfectly all right. This is the second method, which is a toString. And the next one is an index of. This index of is identifying, if you look at it basically, the significance of this index of, search for an element and return the index, the first index of that particular element. So here console.log index of um 202. Let's go with the index of a 202. So here array 3 dot index of a 202. So what exactly the index position of a 202 would be printed down. So would be printed down. Okay, let me save it first and let me run it and let me check it out. The index of 202 is in a fourth position. Perfectly all right. This is all about an index of. And the next one here is a find. So find is a method. It will check and it will return the first element in the array that satisfies the provided function. See, basically, you need to give a function here as an input for this particular find. So here, console.log find example. Okay, find an example. Basically, I want to define an example for this particular find. So here, this find, I'm gonna work out on array 3 dot find, and I wanna find a value. Okay, I wanna find a particular value, and this time that value is greater than 600. Okay, simple function basically find a value and that value is greater than 600. And if you look at the find, basically only the first element. See, in the given string greater than 600, there are, see here, this is a greater than 600, this is greater than 600, and this is greater than 600. Among all these things, whichever it finds the first value, that will be retrieved. Let me save it, let me run it, and let me check it out. 601 is the one that finds, okay, that's the first value which is greater than 600. Perfectly all right. So this is all about a find. And then includes, basically it will check if an array is containing that particular element or not. Okay, ideally the includes returns either a true or a false. Okay, check for includes. Okay, check for includes maybe 701 itself. Okay, from the array, check whether 701 is there or not. And here, from an array, check 9001 is there or not. So here 701 is there in the given string, but 9001 is not there in the given string. When it executed 701, it returns a true. 9001, it returns a false there. Okay, 901, that returns a false there. Perfectly all right. Okay, the next one is a sort. Basically, this sorts the element in an array and return the sorted order. Okay, it returns the sorted order. So console.log sorted order is, okay, sorted order is. So here, as and when I am typing, my Copilot is prompting me the suggestions. I was just going with it. Arrays 3 dot sort a comma b, a minus b. So whenever I'm using it, it's coming in an ascending order. If you want it in a descending order, you just want to go with it. Okay, let me try to play this script and check it out in the assigning order. This is the order, and this is what the designing order is. Okay, this is the way how exactly we can use a sort. The next one is a slice. Okay, so basically what this slice is gonna do is it gets the portion of the array between the elements whatever you have specified. Okay, it's gonna be a kind of a new set of an array. So here console.log sliced array is, okay, sliced array is array 3 dot slice. I want to get it from third index to fifth index. Okay, third index to fifth index. So here it is saying that from the third index to fifth index, whatever the data is there, that will be retrieving it up. So when I execute it, this is what the sliced data is. Perfectly all right. And the last one here is a splice. This changes the content of an array by replacing the existing elements with a new elements. Okay, by replacing the existing elements to a new elements. Console.log spliced data is, okay, spliced data here is basically what I'm gonna do right now here is in this example array 3. Okay, from this particular array 3, what I want to do right now is I want to remove two elements from, okay, I want to remove, okay, let me make a note here. Let me delete it first. So my requirement is I want to remove two elements. Okay, I want to remove two elements starting from index 2 and add probably 1 comma 2. Okay, so this is what my requirement is. I wanna remove two elements. Okay, I wanna remove two elements for this slice. The input is a 2, and from the position as a 2, index a 2, and replace it with a 7 comma 8. My copilot is prompting me this particular line. Okay, and let me try to run it. So here my requirement is to add 1 and a 2 itself. Okay, I just changed it to 1 and a 2. Let me save it, let me run it, and if you look at this particular outcome, see at that particular index 0 1 2, it removed those two elements and replaced it with the 1 and a 2. So this is the way how exactly you can deal with it, guys. So these are the various methods. And the next point here on top of this one is we are declaring the arrays in this particular way. There is another way also that you can define an array. There are couple of ways basically where exactly we can define an array. So the different ways to declare an array. So here, different ways to define an array. So we are looking at the first option. Right. So here automatically my copilot is prompting. So here let array 4 which is of an array type, and this is a number. Basically you want to define it, you can define it in this particular way. Let a array is equal to, this is the way how exactly you can define it, the name of the array, and here array followed by a number. Here you can define in this particular way and you can assign a value into that particular array. Okay, or let array 5 of probably a numbers itself is equal to, so is equal to, it's prompting me a new array. This is the way how exactly you can define and another way of an array. And here not only the data that you are populating, you can also create an array with a specific length. So let array 6 of number is equal to, okay, of a number is equal to new array of a 4. The meaning is creating an array with an element length, with a length of 3 basically, and the values are undefined. So this is the way how exactly you can define arrays here. Okay, this is the way how exactly, these are the multiple ways how exactly you can define arrays, guys. Okay. Perfectly all right. See you again in the next session with the next example. Thank you. Hey everyone, welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, we are going to see a brief overview on a function. So, what exactly a function is? A function is a code block which performs a certain actions, and of course, the function may return a value or may not return a value. That's up to you how exactly you are going to create a function. The ultimate objective of this particular one is a mode reusability. Okay, so consider that you have a two developers. Okay, the first developer needs to create a user and second developer needs to do an edit user. For create user and edit user, the quite common actions are login and a logout. The both users right needs to perform a login and a logout. Instead of writing login and a logout, both the developers, one can write down a function and others can reuse that particular function. That's what the beauty with respect to this function is. And of course, there are two different types of a functions. We have a one is a function with a name and another is a function without a name we can create using a TypeScript. So here is a syntax for the function with a name. As said, for every function, the return statement is optional. Okay, the return statement is an optional. Okay, perfectly all right. So I just created a function. So here, ideally, the function will start with a keyword as a function, followed by the name that we are defining. Function sum. Okay, I'm defining it as a sum. That's it. So console.log 2 plus 3. I'm just using it as a sum. Okay, Surendra, we have created a sum function. How are we gonna call that function? The simple thing is with just a sum, automatically that function will be called. Let me try to run this content and check it out whether the sum of these two numbers is being printed or not. Save and run. Okay, save and run. See here, the sum of these two numbers are got printed as a 5. See here, if you observe, for a function, we can add a return statement, which is an optional chunk. In this situation, I haven't added the return statements. Let me copy this piece and let me put it here and void. Void itself means this function is not gonna return anything. I don't want to return anything. So that itself is a void. So save it. Let me run this particular program and check it out. The same 5 got a printed. So there is a no much a difference between passing without an argument and as well as a with a return statement. Okay, perfect. So instead of a void, let me create a sum again. And here, this time, I'm returning a number. Whenever you have a return statement, here Okay, return 2 plus 3. So here, what are we doing? This sum method is performing the addition operation on the two different numbers and returning that particular sum. Okay, and it is returning that particular sum. Wherever you are calling, you can store it in a variable, or directly we can use console.log and sum we can directly call it. Now let me run this particular piece of code, and if you see that the 5 got printed down to the console. Perfectly all right. So the point here is the sum here, if you see, 2 and 3 are the hard-coded numbers that we are defining here to perform a sum operation. Ideally, in the real world, right, whenever you are performing a sum operation, the numbers is a dynamic, right? It's not like always a 2 and 3 we can perform the sum operations. So the point out over here is how exactly we can create a function that accepts parameters, which we can also call it as an arguments, parameters or an arguments. So a function, in order to create it in a much more reusable in nature, you need to pass parameters to a particular function. Okay, so the simple thing here is function name parameter 1 comma parameter 2 so on, the return statement, function body, and you need to define that particular logic, guys. That's it, as simple as it is. So let us create a sum function right now. Function sum. This time, I want to perform the sum operation here. A, this is of a number, comma, B, this is another variable, this is of a number, and here I want to perform the return value is a number. Okay, the return value is a number. I want to return A and B. I want to return A and B. So here what we have done, this sum method is accepting two number arguments and it is returning that particular number. Wherever you are calling, you can simply call that particular method with the parameters. So here first time I am calling with a 10 and a 30, and second time I am calling with this different values. As many times as I want, I can pass a different sets of values, so that the function will be executed dynamically. See, if you see that the outcome, the dynamic values are being printing down over here. So this is the way how exactly we can create a function in dynamic in nature just by accepting the parameters. Perfect. Let me copy this particular function and put it here. While writing down the function, okay, my copilot is prompting me certain options, which is assigning a value. See here, A number is equal to 12, B number is equal to 12, and here the console.log, I'm not passing anything here. Okay, I'm not passing any arguments here. Let me call this particular function and check it out. It is returning 24. What is this, Surendra? You have a parameters here. Still, while calling, you are not passing it. What is the meaning here? So this syntax here is function with default values basically. Okay, for A, the default value is 12, and for B, the default value is 12. Even though if at all you are not passing those values, by default, while creating a function, I'm assigning some values. That's the reason, though you are not passing the parameters, right? It's gonna accept that particular chunk. So this is the way how exactly we can create a function with the arguments. Okay, perfectly all right. So this is a function that accepting numbers. All right. So let me create a function basically greeting message. Okay, greeting message, and the name is a string. This is accepting a string, and of course I don't want to return anything. So here console.log hello, welcome to Lebby.com. So I'm just giving something like that. And here, greeting message John. So when I run this particular program, see the output. Hello, welcome to Lebby.com, John. Okay, that's what that's being printing it up. Not only the numbers, we can pass any kind of a data as part of this particular function, and we can simply return it wherever you want. You can simply return it. Okay, where exactly you want, you can simply return it. Okay, that's fine. So let me comment these lines of a code, and let me look at the another return function that we have. Copy this function, and copy this function, come down, put it here. So what I have done is return a comma b console.log after return statement. So I have added a logic after the return statement, and I'm calling my sum with a 10 and a 20. So here console.log sum. That's it. Let us see how it's gonna work out. When I call this particular function, it is saying that sum is 40, but after return, it's not executing. The meaning out over here is right after the return statement got encountered to a particular function, your TypeScript will not execute the further logic, whatever you have created. That's again the key thing that you need to consider. Okay, that's again the key thing that you need to consider. Okay, perfectly all right. So, guys, if you look at the function, this is a basic function, and for that, you have added a return void. Void itself means it's not returning anything. If you put it a colon after that a number, which means this function is returning a number, followed by any data type stating that that function is returning that particular data type. So we have a seen a sum operation by passing a two different arguments, and also we have a seen adding a statement, okay, adding a log after the return statement, it won't execute. Perfectly all right. So if you look at this particular documentation, we have seen a function with a name, and we need to see how exactly we can create a functions without a name, that we will be looking at as part of our next session. Thank you. Hey. Hi everyone. Welcome back. So guys, as part of the previous session, we have seen small examples on a functions, right? So I'm gonna continue with one more example on a function. Example for functions function 2.ts. Okay, that's the file that I have created. As part of this particular session, I'm going to talk about two key important things. The first and the most important thing that I'm going to talk is about anonymous function. Okay, anonymous function. Okay, that's fine. So what exactly this anonymous function is? Okay, so what exactly this anonymous function is? Why are we using this anonymous function? Ideally, we can say that if you look at this particular documentation, a function without any name, we treat it as an anonymous function. So consider that function and space. Okay, if you look at the previous syntax, right? Function space, name of that particular function, followed by a return statement. Okay, followed by a return statement, open bracket, and the closed bracket is the syntax. Now, as part of this anonymous function, the only thing that we need to do is a function, open bracket, and the close the bracket. That's it. But this function output, you will be storing in a variable, and wherever you need to call this anonymous function, simply you will be calling this particular variable. That's it. As simple as it is. So here, what I'm gonna define right now is function. Okay, I'm gonna define a function that's accepting a name which is a string, and it's gonna return a string. Okay, it's gonna return a particular string. Here, return hello plus the name that we have given. Perfectly all right. But this one I'm storing here in let greeting message is equal to. So what I have done right now, for this function I don't have any name, right? Straight away this function output, I'm storing it in a greeting message. Wherever you want to call that particular function, you will be using simply this greeting message. That's it. You will be using this particular greeting message. Okay, so here as this is directly printing, right? So console.log, I'm gonna print this information. Okay, I'm gonna print this particular information. That's it. Expected an argument. Yes, of course, this function is expecting an argument, right? I'm giving a name as a John. Okay, console.log John. That's what I have a given. So here, when compared to that of a previous session, we have a created a function, but at this time we are not giving any name. The output of a function we are storing into a particular variable, and using that you were able to call that particular function. This itself is an anonymous function. Okay, this itself is an anonymous function. Fine. As part of the previous example, if you see, this is the function where we are using to print the numbers, right? Copy this function, put it here. Okay, just copy this particular function and I just placed it here. And right now, so what I'm gonna do right now is here, these two parameters are a mandatory parameters, right? It's mandatory for us to pass these two parameters. That's what we have seen. Without these parameters, it won't even accept that particular, method. So that's the reason if you look at it. So console.log print it. So whenever I am trying to just go with the one parameter, it will not accept it. So here the point that we are gonna study is about, okay, the point that we are gonna study is about optional parameters. Okay, the point that I'm gonna study is about an optional parameters. Okay, this means we may or may not pass these values to a function. It's not a mandatory for us to pass these optional arguments to a particular function. Then how exactly you can indicate that it's an optional one? Simply using this question mark symbol. Okay, this using this question mark symbol after the parameter name, which your TypeScript consider as an optional parameter. Okay, which your TypeScript will consider it as an optional parameter. So here what I'm doing right now is, for this particular sum, right after the variable b, I'm defining this question mark, which means this b is an optional value. Okay, right after this one we are defining and this particular chunk. That's it. Okay. And by default, I'm assigning a value 10 to that. Okay. And this is an optional argument. Parameter cannot have a question mark and an initializer. Okay. Let me remove this value. And what is the issue here? B is possibly an undefined. Okay. So ideally it is saying that there is a possibility for undefining this particular chunk. Okay. So what can we do? We can customize this. Okay, it is saying that B is of an possibility of an undefined, right? So there is a type of a method, okay, type of a method which we have used. If the type of this B is undefined, if this type of a B is undefined, then, okay, then return a plus 10, else else return a plus b. So what it is saying, buddy, okay, buddy, you are saying that the error message it shown up earlier is b is a possibility of a undefined. If the b value is not defined, in such a cases consider it as a 10 and just go with a plus 10. If b is defined, then go with a plus b. This is what the customization I have done right now. And in this case, the first sum and the second one. So it's accepting both the things. And when I run this program, see the output got a printed down to the console. In the second situation, the B value is an optional one. As it is an optional one, right? As a B itself is an optional one. If you look at it, it is a going inside that it's an undefined, and that particular value will be considered as a 10 and proceed further. So this is the way how exactly we can use, okay, this is the way how exactly we can use this optional chunk. So what I'm doing is copy this one, comment this logic, okay, copy this one, comment this logic. I think this is the whole function, right? Hmm. Copy this one, comment this whole logic, and put it again, put it again. And now this time what I'm trying to do is first pass a B and then pass A. Okay, first pass B and then pass A. So your TypeScript is throwing an error message. Why? The reason out over there is by default, the optional parameter would be defined in the second one. If there is a mandatory parameter, okay, so the point here is optional parameter should come after required parameters only. So this is the case. This is not going to be acceptable. It will throw some exceptions. Okay, perfectly all right. So this is the way how exactly we can deal with these optional parameters. Okay, perfectly all right. This is all about this particular example, which as part of this session, we have seen an anonymous function and also we have seen an optional parameters. Okay, perfectly all right. See you again in the next session. Bye bye. Hey, hey everyone, welcome back. So, guys, as part of the today's session, I'm going to talk about the most important and interesting concept, which is a GitHub Copilot. So, guys, I'm trying to add this extension to my Visual Studio. So, I just went to these extensions, I searched for this GitHub Copilot, and then I just install it. And upon installing it, it will ask you to sign into the account as and when you perform a sign in operation, right? So, it is asking you to authorize that. So authorize the Visual Studio to this particular one. I was just clicking on this authorize. That's it, guys. So as and when it got authorized, the connection got established, and see here, toggle the chat. And here, if you click on it, automatically the GitHub Copilot chat option is prompting for us. So Surendra, what is the beauty with respect to this Copilot? Why you have added? So guys, in the upcoming sessions, if you observe, whenever you are trying to write some piece of a code, automatically your Copilot itself is prompting us the lot of codes that we will be seeing in the upcoming sessions. Okay, I'll show you. So all these lines of a code, right? So whenever you are trying to write something, your Copilot itself is prompting you in writing that piece of a code that we will be looking at as part of the upcoming sessions. The simple thing is go to the extensions, choose the GitHub Copilot, sign into that, and then authorize it from your GitHub web account so that your account will be activated on this Copilot and the chat box will be enabled for you. Once you are done with the Copilot installation, right? So there is an option that it is prompting at the bottom, which is to finish the setup of that Copilot. Okay, finish the setup of that Copilot. I'm just clicking on this finish setup and set up a Copilot. Okay, set up a Copilot, and I'm just setting it up for now. Okay, that's it, guys. As and when you set it up, so this is how it's gonna looks like. You can ask anything, you can choose an agent, you can type anything, all the details will be pre-populated here. Okay, all the details will be pre-populated here. That's it. So this is the only chunk that we need to do in setting up this Copilot. So in the upcoming sessions, we will be looking at the beauty how exactly this Copilot is helping us in writing down the code. Okay, perfect. Done the deal. See you in the next session. Thank you. Hey everyone. Good morning. So guys, as part of the today's session, let us start about a function overloading. What is an overloading? A same method with a different sets of arguments and as well as a return type. So you will be creating a different methods, and you will be passing a different sets of an arguments with the same name. So what I'm gonna do right now means I'm creating a function add one. Okay, let me create a simple function with a name as an add one. Okay, so here I have created a function add one a b, and it returns a plus b. And here function add one again. Okay, probably A of a strings, B of a strings, return A plus B. That's what I have added right now. See, unlike in any other programming languages, we know that the overloading itself means the same name with a different arguments, right? So here we have a different arguments. If you see, the first method is an add one. Okay, and it is accepting a number. The return type is a number. I have a written a one more method add one itself with a string and a string as a return type, which is a perfectly all right as an overloading concept. But the point here is, as part of this TypeScript overloading, you are not supposed to have two different methods. Okay, you will be having only one definition for the multiple methods. That's what the key concept here is. See here, only one definition for the multiple functions. Okay, only one definition for the multiple functions we are gonna define here as part of this particular chunk. So let us see how exactly we can define this whole. Okay, so let us see how exactly we can define this whole chunk. Let me delete this one. So function add. Okay, add. I'm not writing down any logics. I'm ending with a semicolon. See here. So I created a function add which is accepting one number and x, second number as a y, and it is returning the number, but I'm not writing down any logics. And again, I'm writing down a one more function add which is accepting two strings as an input and another string as a return statement. So here this itself is an overloading. Both are add methods, both are having a different set of inputs, both are having a different sets of return types. That itself is an overloading. Then Surendra, how are we gonna write down the logic for that? Right? So here function add, we need to define a type which is of a any basically. Okay, the type here is of a any. In general, the type here is of a any. So here type any, return x plus y. See here, that's a simple thing. X may be any value, whether it is an integer or a number value, whether it is a string value, whether it is a boolean value, you can give any value to that. So the return type is also any. So here what I am doing here is console.log add of 5 comma 10, console.log hello world. So I'm giving a numbers. So whenever you give numbers, right, so the first method will be called. Okay, then integers will be substituted here, or the numbers will be substituted here. And whenever we call the second one of a strings, so this will be called and the strings will be added down here. Okay, the strings will be added down here. So let me try to run this program and check it out. See here the sum of numbers and the sum of the strings also, which is a concatenation got performed. So this is the way how exactly we can implement an overloaded method. So there is another way how exactly we can do this implementation. So here I'm defining x of any comma y of any, and here what I'm gonna do right now is, if you remember, we used a type of a variable. The type of variable will return whether it is a number, whether it is a string, or as such. So here what I am doing is, instead of directly writing down the logic here, what I am doing right now here is, okay, this is what my function is. Let me maximize it. Yeah, let me close my function here. Okay, so here what is there? Okay, so function, I'm ending my function here. What I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna write down a logic if Okay, if the type of x is equal to number. If the x value, whatever you have a passed, is a number, and of course, the type of a y value, whatever you are passing, is also a number. In such a cases, of course, both are numbers itself. In such a cases, perform that particular operation. Where it is, perform, control Z. So here, return, okay, return, man. So this is a copilot, yeah. So return x plus y. That's it. Okay. Else, if the type of x is equal to string, okay, x equal to string, and type of a y is equal to string. In such a cases, okay, x is equal to string and y is equal to string, right? In such a cases, perform this, which is return x plus y. This time we are performing this operation on the integers. Okay, so this time we are performing the operations on a strings. So here, depending on the type also, you can perform this particular logic, guys. Okay, depending on the type also, you can perform this particular logic. Now here, console.log add of a numbers, and of course console.log add of this particular chunk. So perfectly all right. Let me try to run this particular program and check it out how this is gonna work. So let me run it. See here, the program got executed, 15 and a hello world got a passed. For suppose, for the same adding, if I pass a number and a string, it will not accept. The reason is you have a method overloaded which does has only a number, which does has only a string. That's it. That's the way, okay, how exactly you can deal with this particular overloading. Okay, this is a one way how exactly we can deal with this particular overloading, guys. If you look at this particular documentation, overloading with a different parameters type. So the first method is having of a number type, and the second function is having a string type. And there is another overloading with a different number of parameters. You can pass a different number of parameters for this particular overloading, different number of arguments also we can say. So here, let me create a new program, example for functions 4.ts. Okay, in this situation, what I'm gonna do right now is function greeting message. Okay, I'm not giving any arguments here. Okay, I'm not giving any arguments. It's gonna return a string. Okay, it's gonna return a string. The same way, function greeting message, and this time it's accepting one string. So function greeting message, this time it's gonna accept name colon string, comma, and the parameter is gonna be age as a number. Also I'm passing, this is this particular chunk. Okay, age as a number that I have a passed. Perfectly all right. So here, guys, if you observe this particular thing, the greeting message is an overloaded function. The first one, it's not having any parameters. The second one, it's having a one parameter, and the third one is having a two different parameters. Okay, it's having a two different parameters. So how are we gonna write it down? So guys, if you remember, whenever we were discussing about a functions, we studied about optional parameters. So here, function greeting message. Okay, so function space greeting message, and this time my name is an optional parameter. Okay, my name is an optional parameter. Okay, an optional parameter. Of course, my age, it is of a number which is an optional parameter, and I am returning a string. Okay, and I'm returning a string here in this particular case. Okay, so what I'm doing right now here is here based on the type I wanna perform it. Okay, based on the type I wanna perform it. If type of okay type of name is strictly equal to string and type of age is strictly equal to number, then okay then I'm returning hello name, you are years old. Perfectly all right. Else if else if the type of name is just a string, return hello. Else if we don't have anything, simply return guest. Okay, so what it's gonna do is whenever you are not passing any parameters, then this else block will be executed. So whenever you have passed only one parameter, this name it will be executed. Whenever you are passing two parameters, which is one string and one number, then this one will be executed. Okay, so let us see a simple example that does this activity. Console.log a greeting message, which is going to be only the hello guest. Console.log, I was just giving all these things. Surendra 30. Okay, perfectly all right. Let me try to run this program and check it out whether it is printing all this information or not. Save it. Okay, save it. And let me run it once and check it out. Okay, looks like there is an issue. One second, let us look at this issue. What is the mistake that we have done? Okay, module object. Signature is not compatible with the implemented signature. This overloaded signature is not compatible with the implemented signature. Why it is asking like that? Okay, so why exactly it's asking in this particular way? This is the chunk that we have implemented. It is saying that there is an issue with this signature and the implementation. So you have a greeting message function and this is accepting. So here guys, if you look at the issue, the string that I am using here is an uppercase. So let me change this case. Okay, that's the issue. I just changed the case and save it. Let me try to run it. See here, hello guest, hello this, hello Surendra, you are 30 years old. That's the way how exactly you can perform a method overloading concept. Okay, perfectly all right. See you again in the next session with the next topic. Thank you. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back. Guys, as part of the today's session, we are going to talk about the arrow function basically. Okay, so what exactly the significance of this arrow function? It's a kind of a special function, which is an anonymous function, we can call it. In general, in any other programming language, this arrow function used to call it as a lambda functions. Okay, a function without having any name that itself is an anonymous function or a lambda function. The syntax out over here is, let the variable name where exactly you want to store it is equal to, you just need to pass the arguments what exactly you want, the return type, and here this is the symbol that we need to use, which itself is saying that the notation or the symbol for the lambda expression. Okay, fine. So what I have done right now is, let me create a new function right now, the arrow functions. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm creating a simple add function, guys. Okay, add two numbers. I have created this particular stuff. Okay, perfect. So here, if you look at my function right now, the adding of a numbers, this is adding a two numbers, A, B, and a number. Okay, so here, let me add a comment. As said, for an arrow function, there won't be any name to the function, and even there won't be any function keyword also. Okay, there won't be any name to that particular function, or there won't be any keyword also, which is a function keyword. So this is what my function is. If I convert it here to this arrow function, this keyword shouldn't be there and this name shouldn't be there. As per this rule, there won't be any name and there won't be any function keyword. So from this, remove this one, write down that. So here, let me put that particular chunk here. So here, this itself is a lambda, this anonymous function. And what they are saying, after the return type, put this symbol, and then that itself is a logic. That itself is an arrow function. And this function, store it in a variable. Let some x is equal to. Okay, let some x is equal to. Wherever you want to call, simply console.log of x, basically, automatically that actions will be performed. So this is the way how exactly we can deal with it. So what I'm doing is, let me copy this function and let me convert it into an arrow function. So here, let some value is equal to, as said, you don't have this a function keyword, you don't have this one. So directly you need to have an argument a, which is of a number, comma b, which is of a number, and of course it's gonna return a number. Here you need to use this expression, and you have a return in the curly braces earlier. So here I'm putting this, inside which return a plus b and with a semicolon. Okay, return a plus b and with a semicolon. That's it. Okay, console.log, just print it, guys. So here, what I have done is, I kept return inside this curly braces. Okay, there is a thumb rule with respect to this arrow function. If your function is having a single line of a code, no need to place braces also, as that a single line is returning value. Even you no need to add return keyword also. You no need to add a return keyword also. Okay, perfectly all right. But let me try to run this program and check it out. And then we will remove that braces. Which one? This braces that return keyword, and we'll see how this is gonna work. Okay, let me run it and see here. 15 got a return as per the standards. Let me copy this line, comment it out, put it back here. I don't want this return, this one too. Directly I have added. So here, as said, if there is a single line, automatically you no need to add a return keyword and the braces as well. Still the logic got executed successfully. Okay, still the logic got executed successfully. Perfectly all right. So this is the way how exactly we can create an arrow function with parameters. And I want to create a function without a parameters also. So here, let a greeting message is equal to, I don't want to do anything. Okay, I don't want to do anything. So here, simply it's gonna return a string as an outcome. And here I just want to print a hello guest. Okay, I just want to print a hello guest out over there, and console.log greeting message. Okay, console.log greeting message. That's it, guys. So that's a simple thing. Okay, so the greeting message is 3. Maybe I have given a different name. Okay, that's it, guys. So if you see, basically this is the variable where in which, as this function is not having any parameters, I'm not passing any parameters here, but this function is returning a string value, hence I have returned the string value, and I was just using like this. Okay, let me comment it and let me save it and let me run it. See, it printed hello guest. For suppose, let me copy these two lines and comment it out, put it here, and it is returning void, where in which I just want to have my console.log hello guest, and simply I'm gonna call this one. That's it, guys. Simply I'm gonna call this one. That's it. So here this time it's returning void. So when I run it, Okay, so save it once, run it. Okay, save it, run it. See, hello guest got retrieved and it got printed down to the console. So this is the way how exactly you can deal with it. Not only with a one parameters or a two parameters, as many parameters as you want, you can deal with it. See here, probably I can give the name as a string, and here, okay, here what I can do is hello guest plus that name whatever you are giving, and here as part of the greeting message I want to have Surendra. Hello guest Surendra should be printed down to the console. So when I run it, hello guest Surendra got a printed down. So this is all about an arrow functions. Okay, so we have a seen how exactly we can convert a normal function into an arrow function. The simple thing here is you no need to have a function keyword, you no need to have this particular name of that function, and if there is a function which is having a single liner of logic which is having a return, you no need to have this return also, you can directly remove it and you can execute it. So this is all about an arrow function, guys. See you again in the next session with a further sets of examples. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, as part of the today's session, we are going to talk about one more small concept that it is related to the functions, which is a rest parameters. See, why are we using these rest parameters means this parameters allows the function to accept multiple number of arguments, and all these arguments would be passed as a single array. So consider that there is a function. I don't know how many number of strings that I will be passing, or how many number of numbers that I'm going to pass for that particular function. In such a cases, you will be using these rest parameters. So in order to work on these rest parameters, these three dots should be there. The syntax is function, name of the function, three dots, the parameters, and the type. So here, what I'm gonna do right now is a function, add three, probably, okay, the name of the function, and here I'm putting a three dots, and all these are numbers, and the type here is a number, and as per the syntax, it should be of an array, and it is not returning anything. Okay, it is not returning anything, and simply, okay, simply, what I'm doing here is console.log numbers. Okay, so console.log numbers, that's it. That's what I was just printing it up. Okay, that's what I was just printing it up. So here, instead of printing these numbers directly, right, let us try to use a for loop. Okay, let us try to use a for loop. So for, and this, it is suggesting me that let num of numbers, this is a for each loop. So here, as part of this for each loop, so it is saying that, okay, this is the one, and this, one second, let me pull it back. So it is, the editor is killing my brain. Yeah. So this is the thing. Yeah. So if you look at it, basically, I'm just using a for loop in printing all the individual values. Just printing all the individual values. That's it, guys. So here, what I'm gonna do right now is directly call add 3, and it's I'm passing 2 comma 3 comma 4. I was just passing this 2 3 comma 4. Okay, let me run my function and check it out here. Okay, 2 3 4 values got printed. Instead of printing these numbers here, what I want to do right now is copy this function, comment it out, create a new function. Here, instead of printing this particular one, what I'm gonna do right now here is let me define a variable. Let sum, this is of a number, and the default value is a 0. So here, what I'm gonna do right now, sum plus is equal to num. That's it. So what it's gonna does internally, sum is equal to sum plus num. That's it. All the values would be added. And here directly I'm returning a number. Okay, directly I'm returning a number. So here I wanna add a return statement. Now here, console.log add 3. Okay, that's it. Console.log add 3. Okay, console.log add 3. That's it, guys. So that's what I have defined this one. So what it's gonna does right now, when you run this program, it should print the number sum. 2 plus 3, 5 plus 4, 9. The whole chunk got printed. If you add a 1, 2, 3, 4, see here in the function I have defined it as an array. So this is basically a rest parameters. So I can pass as many parameters that I want. Okay, perfectly all right. And for suppose there are some key points that we need to consider on this rest parameter. Okay, there are some key points that we need to consider. If there is a parameter, then this rest parameter should be passed second. Okay, so basically, if there are any normal parameters are there, first you need to pass those normal parameters, followed by the rest parameters we need to pass. Okay, this is the thumb rule, guys. Okay, the only thumb rule is the rest parameters must come after the normal parameters. That's it. As simple as it is. This is all about the rest parameters, guys. In the next session, we will be discussing with the further examples. Thank you. Hey, hi everyone. Welcome back. So guys, as part of the today's session, we are going to talk about tuple. So what exactly this one is? It is a special kind of an array that allows you to store a fixed number of elements into that, and that too those fixed number of elements might be of a same data type or a different data type, but it's mandatory we need to pass in a specific order. Okay, we will see that particular one. Surendra, you are saying that a same or a different data type. Why exactly we need it? Consider that a simple example. Why? Why exactly we need it? A simple example. Consider that I have a product information. I want to store a product information. If I create an array, right, basically within an array, I will be defining all the numbers, all the prices, all those things. But my product information would be of a product name. Right, ideally the product name and the price associated to that, and based on the availability. These are the three options that I want to pass in, right? Which is not possible in an array. In such cases, we can use this particular concept. Okay, in such cases, we can use this particular concept. So how exactly we are going to define this one? So the simple thing here is let that particular name is equal to the, what exactly the type and associated values. Okay, and of course, we can access it just like an array itself. Okay, how exactly we are going to access it in an array? The same way we can access it. So here, let person, let student details. Okay, I'm just defining my student details. As part of this particular student details, you will be having student ID, which is gonna be a number, and of course followed by a student name. That's it, guys. Student ID and as well as a name. So I'm just defining it here. And then console.log student details. Okay, I'm just accessing my student details. That's it, guys. I'm not doing anything. Now, when I print this particular one, okay, so one John got a printed. So, but I just want to get only the name. I just want to get only that particular ID. In such a cases, how you have used an index based operations on an array, the similar way you will be using that particular indexed based operations here. Okay, you will be using an indexed based operation. So when I run it, basically see here one John got a printed down. And if you look at it, basically in a specific order, you will be storing the elements in a specific order. See here, the first one is a number and the second one is a string. For suppose if I change my order to this one, okay, if I change my order to this one, it won't work. The reason is whichever the order that you have defined, you just need to pass it in that particular way itself. Okay, you just need to pass it in that particular way. This is the example where we have used a mix of data types. Consider that again a student details. Okay, the student details. This time I want to define only the same data type. So here I want to define the same data type. So this is the way how exactly we can use this particular same data type information. Okay, this is the way how exactly we can use this one. So let me try to run it. Okay, let me try to run it. Of course, the same data type information would be printed down. Okay, that's fine. So Surendra, I have this data and I just want to update this information. How exactly I can update it, right? So here the thing is I have mentioned that we can access it using an array. So here student details of 1 is equal to 200, in which instead of 100 you are updating it to, okay, you are updating it to 200. So when I run it at this time, so as it is updating to 200, the 200 value got updated. Not only a single entry we can update, we can also update both the values. Okay, student details is equal to, I can update both the values also. Okay, I can update both the values like this. Okay, so this is the way how can we update it. So there are a couple more ways where we can update it, where we can remove it, and where exactly I can create a multi-dimensional format. Basically all those things we'll see as part of the next session, guys. Okay, thank you very much. See you. Bye bye. Hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of the today's session, we are gonna see couple more concepts on this tuple, like an optional parameters, how exactly we can add a few values, we can remove the values, and how exactly we can define an array on top of this tuple. See, basically, in the previous session, if you look at this particular example, we have updated the existing values, right? We updated the existing values, but this time I wanna insert a few more values into that. Okay, that's the difference. So I wanna insert a couple more values into that. So here, what I am doing right now is let student info, and this time I'm storing number comma string into this, where in which I'm just defining 101 John. And right now I wanna update my information. Prior to that, a console.log, okay, student info before insertion. Okay, student info before insertion. And in order to update the entries, or in order to create a new values into that, you will be using a push. So here student info dot push is the method that I need to use. As part of the push, you need to give two values. So 102 comma John. Okay, Smith. John is already there. I have that. And student info dot, okay, student info, basically initially I'm having this particular 101 John, and now I posted 102 Smith. So when I run this particular program, right, if you look at the console, the updated information is, this is the one, it does has all these details. Perfectly all right. Now, what I want to do is I want to remove the values from that. So the only thing that we can do is student info dot a pop. So what is this pop does? This removes the last element. So the last element from this one is a Smith. Basically, it will be, printing that. Okay. Let us see how exactly we can execute this one. So play. Okay, I'm just executing this particular program. See, the Smith got removed from here. Okay, so this is the way how exactly we can use a push, how exactly we can use a pop here. Okay, perfectly all right. And then the next thing that we need to deal out over here is an optional parameters. See, basically, if you observe right now, the number and a string I'm defining, but sometimes I want to define an optional parameter. We have already studied the optional parameter, right? So let student data, okay, let the student data, and this time I'm defining it as a number comma string And this is what an optional argument is. Okay, this is what an optional argument is. And the value that I am passing out over there is just this particular one. Okay, console.log student data. That's it, guys. So when I run this particular one, see basically, okay, let me save it. Let me run this particular chunk and see basically only this one is entered into that. The reason is this string is an optional. We may pass it or we may not pass that particular information. Okay, so student data dot push. Okay, student data dot push 102 comma Smith. Okay, 102 comma Smith. That's it. So when I run this particular program this time, see the second entry is having a name, which is an optional, right? As we have mentioned it as a question mark, this is a kind of an optional information. Perfectly all right. Depending on the need, we can put this particular one. And another thing that we have studied about an optional is whenever you are using an optional element, right? It should be at the end. Okay, the same that we have seen for an function also. Okay, the optional one should be at the end itself. Okay, that's fine. Perfectly all right. Now, how are we defining this particular one? Let us see this one. This is the one that we are using, right? Let me uncomment this one. So here, I'm just passing only one entry into that. I wanna define it as a array of values. Array means you will be just defining this one, right? The data, in order to pass the data, I was just defining this braces, and here within this braces, I'm gonna update my data. Okay, within this braces itself, I'm gonna pass on my multiple sets of data. So here, my multiple sets of data is gonna be okay, John Smith, and the third one here is gonna be some Mary. Okay, that's it. So I have updated this data. So this is what the data array of elements into that. Now I wanna print using a for loop. Okay, so for let student. So from the student information as it is of an array, from that particular array, pick only the first array. The first array will be in a student. It does has us two values. So in order to do so, basically student information. See here, console.log. I wanna get student of 0 comma student of a 1. So what does it mean? See, among these three arrays, this for each loop will be working on a three sets of a data. The first data is this one, which is of a 0th index, and the second one is of a first index. As this is a for each loop, this will be iterating on all the elements present in here. That's the reason the first array, the second array, third array would be printed down. Let me try to run this and see. Okay, let me try to run this and check it out. See, this is the way how exactly it's being printing down to the okay, to the output console. Perfectly all right. So this is the way how exactly we can use this tuple, guys. Okay, perfect. So let us continue this topic with a further example in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey, hi everyone, good morning, welcome back. So guys, as part of the today's session, I'm going to talk about a for each loop. Ideally, the for each loop will be working on an arrays. If there are multiple values are there, this for each loop will be working on all the elements present in an array. So the significance here is you no need to define, initialize the variable, you no need to do the increment and all those things. Directly the for each loop will take care about all those things. So here let the names of strings, and I'm accepting my suggestion here. Okay, and I'm accepting my suggestion, and here for, see here, let name of names, the meaning is from the names whatever the value is there, multiple values are there, pick individual values and store it in a single name, and simply console.log. Simply console.log. So how many times it will iterate? How many values are there in that particular array? It will be iterating on all the values present in that particular array. For each and every element present in that array, this for each loop will work. Okay, let me add a comment here. For each loop will work for each and every element in the array. We no need to define increment or decrement for that. Automatically it will take care of it. Okay, automatically it will take care of it. Perfectly all right. I have defined this information. Let me try to run this particular program. See, the values got printed down. So there is another way how exactly you can use it. All the data is there as part of the names, right? So here names dot for each every value I'm considering it as a name. From the names, get each and every value, consider it as a name, and just print it using a console.log. Either I can use the for each in this particular way or in this particular way. Either the ways I can use my for each loop. Now let me try to run this program. See here, all the values are got printed down. So ideally, you can use this for each loop on an arrays where it is having a collection of multiple values, and in this particular way you can represent it. Okay, perfectly all right. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, we are gonna talk about a class. A class is a blueprint from where the individual objects are got created. And of course, an object is an instance to this particular class. So, Surendra, what exactly this class is? I didn't understand. So, let us consider a simple example. The example here is an exam application form. Assume that I'm studying in a college. Okay. So probably consider that I'm studying in an engineering college. Okay. So I'm just studying here in an engineering college. Okay, perfect. In this particular college, there are multiple branches are there. ECE, Triple E, and mechanical. Consider that these are the three branches that we have in this engineering college. If you consider the exam application form, okay, the exam application form, it will be common for all the branches. It's not like EC is having a separate form, Triple E is having a separate form, mechanical is having a separate form, nothing like that. All the branches does have a same application form and a person, and in that application form basically there is a branch. Next to the branch there are a multiple check boxes for all these branches. You just need to check that particular checkbox, right? So here the point is the application form for the exam for all the branches is common, which we call it as a blueprint. Okay, which we call it as a blueprint. Okay, that's the blueprint. Okay, with this blueprint itself, anyone within the college can fill the form, can fill the exam application form. Say, is it possible for you to fill or to submit the exam application form without having the form? See, basically, it's not possible for me to submit it, right? If I have the form, then only I do have that information, right? So consider that we have a Ramesh, we have a Suresh, okay, Ramesh, Suresh, and Sneha. Consider that we have these three people. So, Ramesh, if he filled that a common application form with his own data as of now, this form contains specific information about Ramesh itself. Right, guys? Earlier, it was a blueprint. Earlier, before Ramesh filled the form, it was a blueprint. But whenever Ramesh filled the form, this contains a specific information about Ramesh itself. Hence, we call it as an object. See, the point here is the blueprint. We call it as a class, and the specific person details we call it as an object. Okay, we call it as an object basically. Without a blueprint, no one can fill the form. The same way, without a class, you can't create any object, right? So you are going to create an object to the class to access that information. The same way, we are taking that particular blueprint form and we are filling with our own information as per the table content in that particular form. This is all about the class and as well as an object. So class is a blueprint. That's perfectly all right. Then Surendra, you have also mentioned that class contains a properties, a methods, a constructors. What are all these things? So let us talk about a properties. So properties, we are calling it as a variables. Whatever the variables that we are defining, those variables we call it as a properties. Then what about the methods? Whatever the functions we are creating outside the class, we call them as a functions. And whatever the functions that you are creating within that particular class, you treat them as a methods. Okay, both are one and the same. A reusable kind of a logic would be created, whether it is a function or it is a method. The point here is the functions would be defined outside the class and the methods would be defined within that particular class itself. That's fine. So what I have done right now is I have created a simple TS file, and if you look at the syntax for this particular class, so class space name, open bracket, closer the bracket and body. Okay, that's what the thing they have defined. So class, okay, class student info. I was just creating a class with a name as a student information. Okay, student information. I'm creating a class with a name as a student information. I just had an open bracket and a closed bracket. Okay, and a minute before, what I told you here is, okay, what I told you here is about a method. If we define a function within a class, we call it as a Okay, we call it as a method. Okay, if you look at it here, we call it as a method. Okay, we call it as a method. So here, what I'm gonna do right now here is, okay, I just wanna have one small method. Okay, I just wanna have one small method. Maybe print data. Okay, print data is my method. And it's not gonna return anything, hence I am using a void there. And here, what I am doing as part of this particular one, I'm defining console.log. This method is inside this particular class. Perfectly all right. I have defined it. Okay, this is a syntactical issue, right? This is what you just need to specify. Okay, print data. Perfectly all right. So I have created a class, and inside the class there is a method print data. How can you access that information? See, if you see, guys, the class is starting here at this line number 1. Observe the color basically, and it's ending at line number 10. The data print data method is starting at line number 6 and it is ending at line number 8. That's fine. And outside of this particular class, I want to access the information present in a class. Ideally, in order to access, okay, in order to access the information present in the class, we need to create an object to the class. Okay, we need to create an object to the class. The class syntax, or the object syntax is let name is equal to new keyword followed by that particular class for which you are creating an object. So the new is the keyword. Okay, so the new is the keyword which is playing a vital role here. Okay, which is playing a vital role here. Okay, perfectly all right. So let's come back to my code. Let, okay, data is equal to, I'm creating an object to new student information, and with this object, I'm accessing the information present in this particular class. So here, with the object, we are able to access the methods and properties present within that class. Okay, whatever the information is there as part of that particular class, you can access that information using this particular object. Perfectly all right. So what we have done right now here in this particular case, we created an object to that class, and using that object instance, you are able to call the information print data. Let me try to run this particular program and check it out here. See, this is the method inside the class got a printed down to the console. So this is the way how exactly we can define, okay, how exactly we can define a class, and we can define, okay, we can define a method inside a class, how to create an object to that class and access that information. This is all about the basic information. In the next session, we will be seeing what is a constructor, how exactly you can define, okay, variables within this particular class, how to access those variables, all those things we will be looking at as part of the next session, guys. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, as part of this session, I'm gonna talk about a constructor. See guys, in the previous session, we have seen a brief overview on a class, and we have also studied that a class does has a methods and the variables within that particular class. Of course, we haven't seen any examples on a variables, but before jumping onto the variables, the constructor is the thing that we need to know. And we have studied about the methods, right? A function, if we are defining within a particular class, then it's going to be a method, and we have a call that particular method. Now let's talk about this constructor. So what is this constructor? This a constructor is a code block. So it's just like a piece of a code. It almost looks like a method. Then, what is the difference between this constructor and as well as a method? Ideally, if you have a look at your methods, you can give your own name to a particular method, and you do have a return statement to a particular method. Whereas for this a constructor, you don't have any specific name. Always you need to define it as just a constructor. And of course, you can define the parameters, whatever you are passing for the methods, right? The similar way you can pass on all those parameters for this constructor also. But the thing here is method will return some value, whereas this constructor will not return any value. A method will be returning a value, and a constructor will not return any particular value. Okay, and another thing out over here is whenever you are trying to create an object to that class, automatically the constructor is called and the constructor will be executed. So, which means if you create a method within a class, you need to call it explicitly. Whereas for a constructor, you no need to call it explicitly. Automatically, the code present in the constructor would be called. Okay, and the syntax for that particular one here is a constructor followed by the parameters, and you can just write down your desired logic. So here I just created a new class student info 3. I'm just defining it as a student info 3, in which I have a notice that the constructor is having some rule. Okay, constructor, I'm not passing any parameters here. So I just created a point stating that console.log. Okay, console.log. This is a constructor. So guys, if you observe right now, I just created a constructor, and it does has only a print statement in it. Now here, I'm creating a method here. This is a method which is having a return statement as a void, right? This method is having a return statement void, where I was just creating this is a display method. Okay, I'm just writing it as a this is a display method. So guys, if you compare these two things, the constructor, okay, if you compare this a constructor and a method, the constructor always have this constructor name. Whereas if you look at the method, we can give any name to that method. The method does have a return statement, whereas the constructor don't have any return statements. That's fine. These are the basic comparisons, and there is a one more comparison too. In order to access that particular information, we are gonna create an object, new student info 3. Okay, new student info 3. See guys, I just created an object. Okay, so here new keyword, will create an object to the constructor. Let me add it in the comment. Will create an object to that particular constructor, which means it will allocate some memory for this particular class, and with that reference we can access the methods and the properties present in that. Using this new keyword, we can create multiple objects to the same class. Of course, it will also invoke the code present in the constructor. Okay, it will also invoke the code present in the constructor. So guys, if you observe right now, I haven't called that particular method. I just created an object to this. Now let me try to run this program, and if you look at this, let me save it and let me try to run this particular program. And if you look at the console, this is a constructor got a printed. So I haven't called it, but automatically the code present in the constructor got executed. And of course, I can call my desired methods also. It's up to my wish. And I'm just executing the content. See, the constructor and the method got executed. Okay, the constructor and the method got executed. The thing here is I haven't called the content present in the constructor. Automatically, the constructor is invoked. Okay, so this is all about a constructor, and ideally using this constructor, right, you will be passing down the values for the variables that are defined within that particular class, that we will be seeing as part of the next session. As part of the next session, we will see how to create a class, in which how to create a variables, how can I use the constructor in passing values to the variables. All those things we will be looking at as part of the next session. Thank you. Hey. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, as part of the today's session, we are gonna study bit more about a class and how exactly we can create a class with the parameters, and how are we gonna use a constructor to initialize those variables. All those things we will be seeing. Okay, I just created a TS file and I'm creating a class within that TS right now. Class student info 4. Okay, class student info 4, and here the student is having a name, so I'm defining a student name. Okay, the student name as a string, and the student is having an ID, so I'm defining it as a number. And of course the student does has a marks, so student marks as a number. That's it. And after that, I want to define a constructor. We all know that constructor will start with a keyword as a constructor. And this constructor, how many variables that you have defined here? It's mandatory to pass those many variables. See here, my copilot is prompting me to enter this constructor with these values. So here I'm defining student name, which is of a string, student ID. Okay, so student name, which is of a string, student ID, which is of a number, student marks, which is of also a number. That's what I have defined. And after that, I'm using a this keyword. This keyword, as mentioned in the previous session, this is gonna point to the class variables, and the right side variables you are getting from the constructor. Okay, that we have already seen as part of that particular this keyword. Okay, so now whatever the constructor variables are there, the value whatever you are getting from the constructor, you are storing here in this particular class variables, which is pointing to this one. Okay, perfectly all right. So with this constructor, what it's gonna happen, we are assigning values for this particular variables. So the only thing that we need to do is let us create a method where you can print this data. So here, what I'm gonna do right now, I'm creating a method with a name as a print data. I don't wanna return anything. I just wanna print it. Okay, I just wanna print it. See here, console.log. I want my student name where I was using this dot student name. I want my student ID where I was using this dot a student ID and a student marks. All these things I just kept it in a single line. Let me close this particular class. The only thing that you need to do is you need to create an object to this student info class. So here, let student1, my first student, is equal to, I need to create an object to my student info 4 where I am passing three different sets of data. My class is having a constructor, and this constructor is having a three different arguments. One is a string, one is a number, and also the third one is a number. So you need to pass a string and a numbers. How many parameters does this constructor have? While creating an object, it's mandatory for us to pass those many parameters. Okay, it's mandatory for us to pass those many parameters. And right now, student data dot a print data. I was just trying to print this data. Let me try to run this program and check it out whether it is printing the given information. So what we were doing right now, with the help of this constructor, we are initializing the values for the variables that are defined here within this particular class. And another thumb rule is, if a class is having a parameterized constructor, it's mandatory for you while creating an object to pass those parameters of the same type. Okay, of the same type. Okay, perfectly all right. So this is all about a class with some examples, guys. Thank you. See you again in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey.
Everyone.
Welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about the access modifiers. So, what exactly these access modifiers are? So, these access modifiers control the visibility and accessibility of a class members, which is the properties and as well as the methods. Using these access modifiers, you can set the visibility for those things. So, how are we going to set that particular visibility, Surendra? So there are three different access modifiers that we have: public, private, and a protected. Public allows a class member to accessible within the class or another classes outside that particular file also. And by default, if you haven't specified any access modifier, your TypeScript will be considering public as its a default access modifier. Perfect. So public means within the class I can access it, outside the class I can access it, even in another file also I can access it using this public. If you define something as a private, it can be accessed within the same class itself. Outside the class, you can't access that particular private information. Whereas moving on to the protected, within the same class, and if at all any subclasses are there within the same file, right? Those classes can also be accessed this protected information. Perfectly all right. So what I'm gonna do right now is let me create a new file. So examples for access modifiers. Okay, examples for access modifiers.ts. And again, we need to create a class for this. I'm defining it as a class student info 7. Okay, I'm defining it as a student info 7. As part of this particular student information, I'm defining a variable public student name. Okay, public student name. And then the next one after this particular one, I'm gonna define my constructor. And in this particular constructor, I'm gonna assign this value. Okay, so here we have a student name and we have a constructor. And let me try to use a display method, right? So directly print info student name. I'm directly printing this print data. That's it. I have just created this particular one. And now let a student is equal to new student of a John. That's it. So when I run this particular program, the public information is accessible. Okay, the public information is accessible. Perfectly all right. So let me create one more class. Okay, examples for access modifiers 2.ts. So here, student info 8. I'm defining my student info 8. So here, I'm defining private name as a string And again, I'm using my constructor here, okay, and I'm using my constructor, and I'm just trying to print this particular data too, okay, and I'm just trying to print this particular data too. So if the student one isn't accessible, define it as a student 11. Yeah, student 11, automatically it got updated. So there is an issue here. Let us see, the class is starting here, and let me maximize it and let us check whether it is ending properly or not. See, the class is starting here, the class is ending here, and we do have these braces. Just delete it. Okay, perfectly all right. So I have defined it as a private, and I am trying to access that information within the same class itself. So perfectly all right. So when I run it, of course, okay, so just save it, run it. So when I run it, automatically the information is being accessible. Okay, so what is the issue here? Just one second. I think there is an issue with this particular private. So let me just look into this. So private student info. What happened? Student info 8 private constructor, and this is the name. This is dot name, and I'm trying to call it here using this particular John. Whatever the John that I have given, it's going in. Okay, fine. Let me run it and look at it here. Okay, the error message it is saying as unable to compile the TypeScript, cannot find a student one. Okay, did you change mean? Okay, so I just changed the name here. Okay, so I just changed the name to student 11, and here I'm using a student 1. See guys, if you observe right now in line number 15, I'm referring my object instance as 11. In line number 16, I'm using it as a 1. This does has an issue. So that's the reason here we need to change it to 11. So let me change this value to 11, and let me try to run this particular program. Okay, let me try to run this program and check it out. The private information got accessed within the class. Now, let me create a new file, example for access modifiers 3.ts file, and the class student info 9 basically, and here protected student name. Okay, I have my protected student name. Okay, I have my protected student name, and within this particular one, I'm defining a constructor where in this particular constructor, I'm just assigning this particular value, and I'm using my print method in printing that information. And here I was just passing this 12. Okay, student 12 dot print data. That's fine, perfectly all right. So when I run it, the protected data is also printing down to the console. Perfect. So Surendra, I just want to understand how exactly the subsequent class can access it here. Right. So what I'm gonna do right now here is let me close this one. So the student info 9 is one class which is having just a constructor. Consider that this is having a just a constructor. Okay, let me delete this one too. Now, class student info 10, and this 10 is extending the student info 9 basically. Okay, this 10 is extending the student information 9, and here as part of this particular extends, I'm just using this print data method. Okay, I'm just using this print data method as part of this particular print data. Okay, as part of this particular print data, I'm trying to get the data from its parent. Okay, extends is the keyword that I have used. Okay, perfectly all right. Let me close this. Okay, perfectly all right. Let me close this. So here, student 10 is the one that it is extending my student 9. Cannot find a name student info 9. What happened? So this is what my student info 9. copy this name, update it here. Okay, the name itself I have written it as a wrong, guys, so that's the reason I don't have a T there. I try to retrieve it using a 3 T extends. I used an extend, so here this is my subsequent class. Okay, this is my subsequent class. Okay, and right now let a student at 12 is equal to, I'm creating an instance to this particular child class. Now when I run it, okay, now when I run it, the same information is being printed down. So here what we have done, student info 9 is the parent, and for the student info 9 we are extending in another class which is a student 10, in which you are trying to access this particular information. Okay, wherein which you are trying to access this particular information. And if you look at this particular comparison, guys, the public can be accessed within the same class, within the derived class, and outside the classes also. The private can be accessed within the same class, and it won't be accessed from the derived classes or outside the classes, whereas the protected can be accessed within the same class, within the derived classes, and not outside this particular class. Okay, perfectly all right. This is all about the access modifiers, guys. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Hey, hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about inheritance. Inheritance means establishing a relation between different classes. Okay, immediately a question that comes in our mind, Surendra, what is the point of establishing the relation between the different classes? What is the advantage with that? Let me give you a simple example. Consider that as we have a parent, a human, okay, a human, a parent is there, and his child is also there. If you look at this parent, consider that this person is having 100 acres of land. So my question here is, does this child needs to purchase the same land again? Does he needs to purchase the same land again? The answer is no, right? Whatever the parent information, whatever the parent assets are there, the child is responsible for all those assets. Okay, the child is responsible for all those assets. So consider that if the parent is having 100 acres of land, 10 kgs of a gold, all those properties will be directly transferred to the child. This concept we call it as an inheritance. And there is another concept, not only the positive things, consider that the parent is having some loan, the child is also responsible for that particular loan. That we will be looking at as a different concept. So, what is the relation? Why we need to use this one? See, the point here is whenever two human beings are in a parent and a child relationship, the child no need to purchase the same property whatever the parent has. The similar way, if two classes are in a parent and as well as a child relationship, whatever the parent information is there, the child can access all the information. Whatever the parent class information is there, the child class can access all the information. That's fine. Moving back to this human example. See, guys, consider that the parent is having 100 acres of land, and child, he purchased additionally 10 acres of land. So this child is responsible for 110 acres of land. Right. Ideally, as per the law, right, if you observe, the child is having an access to their parents' property, whereas the parent is doesn't have that particular access. Right. So the same way here, when the two classes are in a relationship, if you want to access the parent class information, you no need to create any object directly. If you create an object to the child class, you can access that information. Let me create a simple example for this. Okay, so what I have done right now is, okay, so what I have done right now is I just created a class. In this I'm placing a comment. So inheritance, okay, inheritance, parent child relationship between classes, we use extends a keyword to achieve this particular inheritance. Okay, in order to achieve this particular inheritance, we use this particular extends a keyword. Okay, perfectly all right. consider that there is a class animal. Okay, consider that there is a class, we have an animal. Okay, and as per this particular class, I was just adding only one particular method. Okay, that is display parent. Okay, display parent void, and here I'm writing down console.log. I'm a parent class method. Okay, that's fine. So class animal, it does has a parent. So just below this particular one, class dog, and this dog is extending animal. It's an animal itself. This dog is extending animal, and here I'm using a display child method here. In the parent class, you have a parent method, and in the child class, you have a child class method. Perfectly all right. In order to access that information, I'm creating an object to the child class. See here, let dog instance is equal to new dog. Okay, now dog instance dot. Using the child class instance, you can access the parent class method. You can also access the child class methods. You can access the parent class methods. You can also access the child class methods whenever you are creating an object to the child class. Perfectly all right. So when I run this particular program, let me save it and let me run this particular program. See, I'm a parent class method, I am a child class method. With a simple child class object creation, you were able to access both the parent class information and as well as the child class information. Okay, perfectly all right. This is all about an inheritance, a basic inheritance, guys. Okay, two different classes are in a relationship, so that in this particular example, the dog class is extending the animal class. So whatever the information does that particular animal has, all the information will be moved to this particular dog class itself. That itself is an inheritance concept. Okay, perfectly all right. We'll see in the upcoming sessions with a couple more examples, but as of now, this basic concept is more than enough for us. Okay, thank you very much. Bye bye. Hey, hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about overriding. So, the name itself will tells you just an overriding. So, consider that your car is having a paint basically. By default, every car does has a paint, right? So, if you are repainting it, so what it will happen, you will override the existing paint, right? The same way, consider that in your mobile you have my contact Surendra with my number, and if you wanna save with the same name in your mobile, a pop-up will show up. Buddy, I do already have a contact with the name as a Surendra. Would you like to override? So override itself means there is some information already in place. You are overriding that information with the new information. That's it. That's fine, Surendra. It's a practical example. It's clear. What about this overriding here in this TypeScript? So the simple thing here is, as part of our previous sessions, we have a seen inheritance, where we have a seen a relationship between a parent and as well as a child class. So the overriding here means whatever the parent class information is there, the child class can override that information. That's it. If the parent class and the child class are having the same methods, then only the overriding will possible. See, consider that the parent class is having a print data method. Okay, just an example. If the child class is also having the same print data method, then it will be overridden. See, as part of the previous example that we have seen with respect to this inheritance concept, the parent class is having a display parent method and the child class is having a display child method. Two are two different methods. Now, as part of this session, I'm going to show you how exactly the parent class information. The same method, if you define in a child class, what it will happen, we will see right now. And the another thing that you need to consider is, as part of this overriding, you can override not only the methods, you can also override the variables. But the only thumb rule that we need to consider is, if at all you are going with the variables, if at all you are going with the methods, you need to go with the same method name, same return type, same set of arguments. Everything should be same, but the logic should be different. Okay, that's fine. So let me show you a simple example for that. So here, class parent. Okay, class parent. And here, print data. Okay, print data. This is not a print, the parent specific. So here I'm a parent class method. That's fine. Okay, class child extends the parent, and I'm having the same method, the print data same method. If you want, we can add this void as well. Okay, same print data void. I'm a child class method. See guys, if you clearly observe, my parent class is having a print data method which is of a return type as a void, but the logic is somewhere I'm a parent class method. Whereas my child class is having the same print data method, the same return type, only that logic itself is different. Okay, so what it will happen whenever you create an object to the child class and call that a print data method. Say I created an instance to my child class and I called that a print data method. So what it will happen, as per the previous concept, the parent class is having a one method, the child class is also having the same method. Your TypeScript will override the parent class method with the child class methods itself. Okay, the child class methods. So whenever you call this print data, it will be pointing to the child class print data. It won't point to the parent class print data. So when I run it, ideally it should print I'm a child class method. It should print to the console. Let me save this content. Let me try to run this content and see here. I'm a child class parent method. Child class method. Consider that your child class is not having this method. So then what it will happen? There is a no overriding concept at all. The reason is, whenever you are calling the print data method itself is there in a parent class. So whenever you call it, so this method will be pointing to that particular parent class method itself. This itself, we treat it as an overriding, guys. Okay, this itself we treat it as an overriding, and that too, this overriding is a simple example. Okay, this overriding is a simple example, that occurs whenever the classes are in a parent child relationship. The child class will override the parent class. Okay, so here let me create a one more example for this. Example for overriding 2.ts, and here car on road price. See here, I'm defining a car on road price, for which I'm defining a variable. The price is a number. Okay, the price is a number, and I'm setting that particular value as a 1 lakh initially. And print price is the method where I'm directly printing console.log. That's it, guys. So if you observe this particular content as part of this particular class, this class, okay, this class has a variable. Okay, this class has a variable, and this class has a method too. Okay, that's fine. What is the issue here? A constructor. Okay, that's fine. Not a big deal. Okay, that's fine. And then here, the next one is car showroom price extends this car on road price. Okay, extends this on road price. Okay, so what are we gonna do right now? This is gonna extend this particular car, I can say Hyderabad on road price, extends this car price. And here I'm gonna define price of a number is equal to something like that. Okay, something like that. I think we no need to use this let, right? Yes, sir. So delete it. Yeah. So price, and here print price is the method, and here I was just printing that. See guys, if you observe this one, basically, okay, if you observe this one, the parent class price is 1 lakh, and the child class price is 1,23,000. See, the same variable price. Okay, the same variable I have used a price, and the same method print price also I have used here. Okay, the same print price I have used. Perfect. Now, what I'm gonna do right now, let a Hyderabad instance Hyderabad dot print price. So whenever we call this one, okay, whenever we call this one and whenever we executed it, it will be printing the Hyderabad itself. The reason is the child class is overriding the parent class. In this example, we have seen how exactly it overridden that particular variable and as well as the method. This is all about the overriding concept, guys. Okay. Thank you. See you again in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey. Hi everyone, welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about two important keywords here. One is this, and another is a super keyword. Okay, so when can we use this, and when exactly we can use a super keyword? So, consider that I want to access the current class information. I can use this keyword, and consider that whenever you are in a child class and you want to access your parent class information, in such a cases you will be using a super keyword. That's fine. So let me create an example as a class. Okay, maybe class demo price. Okay, class demo price, and in which I'm defining uh, price value, and it's gonna be number, and that value is gonna be 1000 for now. Okay, that's gonna be 1000 for now, and show price of void, and here I wanna access this price value inside this particular method. I want to access this price value inside this particular method. In such a cases, I can use a console.log this dot price. For suppose I want to access it without this dot. Okay, so whenever I was writing this, it's saying that, buddy, you cannot access directly this price value. Okay, you cannot access this particular price value. If you are referring to this particular class, you need to use this. This is the thing that we need to deal with it. Okay, that's fine. This is the way how exactly we can deal with this. Consider that this class is having a constructor. Okay, this class is having a constructor, and I'm gonna use console.log a parent class constructor. Okay, parent class constructor. That's it, guys. I haven't done anything. This is what my parent class constructor is. So there is a demo price class which has one variable, and this particular variable, and then there is a constructor, and there is a show price method which is trying to access that particular variable for which you used this keyword. Okay, that's fine. Perfect. And then the next thing that I need to consider here is, so let us create a one more class. Class demo discount extends a demo price. That's what it's gonna extend it. And here the discount value is 100. Again, here I'm calling this particular constructor, where here I'm using a super keyword. Whenever you use a super keyword, it will call that a parent constructor. You are in the child class constructor and you are calling that parent class constructor, and of course, child class constructor got a call. Perfectly all right. So here, this child class constructor got a call, and now show discount, this is gonna be the void, And here the discounted value here is, if you observe, I want to access the variable value that it is defined in this class. That's the reason I'm going to use this dot discounted value. I'm going to use this dot discounted value. Perfectly all right. And then console dot log product actual price as per my parent class is. So here, if you want to access the information present in the parent, simply super is the keyword with which you can access that particular information. I can directly go with that particular one, or I guess we have already a show price method that it is calling. So let me directly call this a show price method using this super dot keyword, accessing the parent class method using the super keyword. If you observe, in order to access the method, you are using a super dot. In order to access the parent class constructor, you can directly use this super. So guys, what is a constructor and how we need to deal with it? In the next session we studied about it, so that you can better understand this particular concept. Let me try to run this one. Okay, so one second, let me close. There is an issue here in this code. I think I forgot to close the braces. Close it. Yeah, it's done. Let me try to run it. See the complete information. Okay, where it is. So done. The execution is completed. Super dot show price. The show price is having the console dot log. Okay, that's fine. So we created everything. We need to okay, we need to call it using an object, right? So here let a discounted instance a new show discount. This is the only thing I'm calling. Whenever I was calling this value and this constructor and the child constructor, all that information is being called. Okay, every information would be called, and that information would be printed down to the console. The whole information got a printed down to the console. So this is the way how exactly we can use a this and as well as this super keyword, guys. Okay, perfectly all right. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. So guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about an interfaces. So what exactly this interface is? Ideally, this interface is used to define the structure that a class must follow. Okay, if at all any class is there, what exactly the class should follow the structure would be defined as part of an interfaces. Ideally, these interfaces contains different sets of properties and different sets of methods without any definition. A class should implement that particular interface and follow those rules. Consider that whenever multiple people are working on the projects, probably they will be using a different sets of experienced folks working on a project. Consider that I have just a 6 months of experience in this coding, and maybe someone else is having a 10 years of experience in a coding. When we both are working on a project, we may not follow a proper naming conventions, standards, and all those things. That's the reason they will be creating an interface. Within that interface, they will define all the rules. But this is the property, this is the method name. All those rules they have a defined in an interface, and you need to create a class that implement that particular interface. That's it. You need to create a class that implement that particular interface. Perfectly all right. Okay, perfect. So here the syntax here is interface will start with a keyword as an interface followed by a name, just the properties and the variables and as well as the methods you need to define, and a class that should implement this interface. Let us see with an example. So interface, I'm giving a name of my interface as a vehicle. Okay, vehicle is my interface. Okay, so yeah, so this is the type sensitive, so the lowercase interface. Okay, now as part of this particular one, I'm defining vehicle name. or vehicle type. As part of this vehicle type, I'm gonna define a two-wheeler, whether it is a bike or a car. Ideally, bike or a car. That's it. That's the thing that I wanna define it out over here. And then next, number of wheels. Okay, I just want to define a number of wheels, which is gonna be right. If it is a bike, it's gonna be two, or if it is a car, it's gonna be a four. Right, vehicle, and as well as this particular one, and uh, key start. Okay, whether it's gonna be start. Start. Okay, let's go with a start method itself. Okay, let's go with a start method for a bike. Okay, so for a bike, you will start with a key or with a kickstart. Okay, for a car, for a car, you will be starting with a button. Okay, car, you will be dealing it with a button. That's it, guys. So that's a different implementation that we have. So as part of the interface, I have defined this particular rules here. And right now, class bike. This is the bike class that is implementing these vehicles. As and when the bike class is implementing that particular vehicles, definitely the same variable should be defined here, and the values we also pass it out over here. Okay, so here what I'm gonna define right now as part of this particular bike, right? So let me mouse over on this particular one. Yeah, it is asking to define a vehicle type and a number of wheels here, and we can pass on the values using this particular constructor itself. And here I'm gonna use the start method with a bike kickstart. That's it, guys. I haven't done anything. So if you look at this particular bike that we have created, this bike is the class that is implementing that particular interface. Okay, that it is implementing that particular interface, and it does has this own logic. So now let, okay, bike instance is equal to new bike. As it is having a as it is having a constructor, we need to pass the vehicle type as a bike and a number of vehicles as a two, and console.log. I just want to print that particular start method. Okay, I just want to print that particular start method. So when I execute it, see here, bike kickstart is implemented. Perfectly all right. So guys, if you observe, in this example, we created only one interface, and we created only one class that implemented that interface. It's not like only one implementation should be there. You can add any number of classes for that implementation. So here, class car implements the vehicle interface. Okay, the vehicle, I'm just passing these things, and I'm using a start method too. So guys, as we are using a copilot, simply I'm using a tab button to perform that particular operations. So let a car instance. So I just did a tab operation. So you have seen all these things in a previous session, just by using a tab, how exactly your TypeScript is generating the code. Let me save it, let me run it, and if you see, both the car and as well as a bike instance got a retrieved. It means you can create a single interface and you can implement it in a n number of classes. Okay, perfectly all right. This is all about an interface, a basic concept on an interface. We'll see you again in the next session with a further set of examples. Thank you. Hey, hi everyone. Welcome back. So, guys, as part of this session, I'm going to talk about one more important concept, which is a modules. So, generally in TypeScript, a module is an TypeScript code itself. Okay, but the thing here is this code can be imported and used it in another file. So assume that I have created a TypeScript code, right? So I can do an export for that particular code. Whenever you added an export to that, this piece of a code can be imported in another file, and then you can use that particular file. Why we need this export and import, Surendra? What is the significance of that? In general, whenever you create some content in a one TS file, that can be accessed in another TS file, which may cause a lot of conflicts. That's the reason reason, if at all an information is there in one particular TS file, and if you want to access it in another TS file, the export should be added from where exactly you want to export it, and the import keyword should be added where exactly you want to use it. So export should be added to the code whatever you are writing, if at all you want to use this content in another TS file, and wherever you are going to use that, you need to add that import keyword. So the syntax here is export. For that a variable, method, and as well as a class we can add it. The import, the variable inside the braces, you need to define the variable, the method, or the class, followed by from that particular location you need to define it. So here I have created two files, basically example for module 1 and example for module 2 for my better understanding purpose. Okay, I just created this particular file. So I'm defining let greeting message is equal to hello, welcome to this particular module. I have defined this one. So while defining, of course, you need to specify the type. So let a greeting message is equal to, okay, this is of a string type, right? So sorry. So let a greeting message is equal to this one. And the function greet user. Okay, greet user. I don't want to do anything. Void. And here console.log. Hello everyone. Good morning. Okay, so probably this greeting message, I was just changing that to instance one. Okay, that's fine. So I just want to use this one. So here, what we have done in this, we used a variable, and here we used a function. So here, what I'm doing is simply I'm using an export keyword. So here I'm using an export keyword for my variable and as well as a function. So here in this particular class, I want to use it. Wherever you want to use it, first of all, you need to specify that import. Within this, you need to specify what you want to import. So first, I want to import my greeting message 1. Import a greeting message 1, comma, the method that you want to also import, the function is a greet user. Right, I want to import a greet user from this particular file, example for module 1. The reason is there may be a multiple TS files you have defined it. So definitely it's mandatory for us to define from which file you want to use it. And now, as we have already used an import in this particular TS file, simply I'm calling that a variable and I'm calling that method. That method internally does has a call to that particular function. Right. So the print statement, when I run it, and if you look at this particular output, okay, what happened here? Let me save this content. Yeah, let me run it once. See here, this got perfectly all right. Now here, what I'm doing is I'm defining my class. Okay, I'm defining my class. Maybe demo class information. Okay, demo class information. I just created a class, and this class just have a constructor. Okay, this class does have only one constructor, console.log. This is a demo class constructor. That's it, guys. I haven't done anything. And for this particular class also, I used an export keyword. And here, along with this, I am also calling this a demo class information. I'm also calling this a demo class information. And now I can create an instance. See here, let a demo class information. As it has a constructor, the code present in the constructor should also be called. So when I run this particular piece, this is the way how exactly it's going to work out. So in the real world, whenever you are working on a project, whatever the information that you want to use it in another TS files, you will be using an export keyword for that. And wherever you want to use it, you just need to add an import for all the things that you want. And also you need to specify from, basically from where you want to import it. These details you need to specify. Okay, perfectly all right. So this is all about the export keyword. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Hey. Hi everyone. Good morning. So as part of this session, we are going to talk about the basic differences between let and aware. The reason is, so far in our sessions, we used var and we have used a let in defining the variables. What is the difference between this var and a let? So ideally, if you define a var within a particular function, that variable can be accessed within that particular function itself. Okay, and whatever the values that you have defined for the var can be redeclared. Okay, so whereas a let, basically within a block itself, you will be defining the let, and you can't access that let variable outside that particular block, and you can't redeclare those values associated for that. Let me create a simple example for that. So I have created a new TS file function example for var1. Okay, I'm defining it. So here what I'm doing is var a is equal to 10. Okay, var a is equal to 10. If a is equal to 10, then var becomes 20. I'm updating that a value to 20 here. Okay, I'm updating that particular value to 20 here. That's it. So if this condition is true, then update that particular value to 20. Okay, just done up to here. Okay, just done up to here. I have defined it within this particular function in line number 2. I was able to access it in line number 4 as well. Perfectly all right. Now, example for var1. So, when I run it automatically, the output 20 would be printed down to the console. Perfectly all right. So, example for let1, let a equal to 10. And if a is equal to, okay, so here I'm defining if true, I want to execute it by default, hence I kept it as a true. Let a is equal to 20, console.log a. And now here, what I am defining is if a is equal to 20, then if a is equal to 20, console.log a. And I'm closing this one. So, guys, what we have done right now, let me comment it out the var function, and I'm taking this let function right now. So, here I have defined the variable a inside this particular if condition. Of course, within a function, I'm trying to access it in another block. I have defined it in a one block and I'm trying to use it in another block. Let me try to run it and check it out. You are getting an error. Okay, that's fine. And additionally, not only this one, okay, not only this one, let me try to call this particular function directly. Okay, example for let one. So when I run it right, the let will execute successfully and it will not print any issues. Now, what I'm gonna do right now, let a is equal to 30, okay, and console.log of a. I'm trying to print it. It's throwing an error. As we have seen that the let values cannot be redeclared. That's the issue that it is showing it up. Okay, so this is the basic difference between a var and as well as a let, guys. Okay, thank you very much. See you again in the next lecture. Bye bye.